Okay, here we are again. Time for more Symphony of War. Whether I'll get anywhere or not is a whole other question. I've managed to bumble my way to chapter 12, but we'll see how long that actually lasts. One of these days I'll remember to tweet all this out and everything before I push that button. Okay, all that's taken care of. Well, let's get into it, eh? All of the bookkeeping for the army should be done already. We don't have the resources to upgrade that unit, that's why that one's not done. Lysander's force is in good shape. I'm like 80% sure we did all the checks and such before we stopped last time. I'm just gonna quickly cycle through to make sure. It also gives you guys a chance to see the units if you haven't been here. Yep, we're good. Okay. Grimorg First Army, on the path to Fort Eureka. First they murder Florina, then they turn the Donari Temple against us, and now they invade my very homelands. Enough! Men of Remorg, we take back Fort Eureka, and this time we will not lose it. Drac, I don't know who you are, but it will end your ambitions or die trying. You'll know who I am soon enough, old man. I do. We have word that there's a massive riot in the streets of Remorg. The mob is calling for an end to war and they demand compensation. Our government has been exiled. What? Why now? Then we mustn't waste time. We must take Fort Eureka without delay, overwhelm their defenses. Charge! So it's come to this. Lysander, how could I have miscalculated this badly? Don't worry about it. Look at them, they're fools. Preparing to charge a position as heavily fortified as this. They're throwing lives away. One has to wonder why. As long as we control the choke points in the walls, Fort Eureka will hold. Hopefully they'll take enough damage to lose their appetite for bloodshed. Okay, so there are chests on the map that I would... Well, at least there is a chest on the map that I would like to get before the timer runs out on it. And one minor spoiler I received, because it's kind of hard to miss, is the fact that there is an achievement for wiping out every unit on the map on this map. I'm just going to mention that now, get the elephant in the room out of the way. I'm not going to go out of my way to make it happen, but if it happens, great. I will of course position my archers on this wall, because they'll best be able to take advantage of their position. Judging from the forces they've got, I'm going to position Diana, at the very least, on this side. And I will put Barnabas's cavalry on this side, because there's not as many spears over here. That much is guaranteed to be true. Okay, I can move myself. I always had issues with that before. I can't help but notice that we are allowed a lot of units for this, and I don't have that many. So that might be slightly complicated. They've got their heaviest cavalry on this side, so Sybil will go over here. we've got a lot of area to block over here, so I'm going to put Lysander's team over here as well. That should help me have enough force to clog this gap so they can't push through. I could see this either being really fun or just a heinous nightmare. I'm not seeing much in between.
Hi.
Hello. Abigail, you can go over there. I'm betting something's gonna happen here. I just don't know what. Yeah, I guess we'll split like that, and that's just gonna have to be good enough. Because we've only got the 10, so here we go. Considering the way pound for pound my forces tend to work out, I'm pretty confident we'll be fine.
I'm just getting started.
Yeah, I've been eyeing those and trying to decide if I even care. And the answer to that ends up being not enough to risk it too hard, but if I get a good opportunity, I will go for them.
I await your command.
And of course, they spawn outside of arrow range because they're smart.
Where am I needed?
We're gonna clog it here.
I must stay strong.
Because what I can do is keep these two standing here, and if any of them gets in bad shape, they rotate out for one of the other two. Because they can only fit so many units in here. The other option would be to go for the 3 space choke there, which does mean the one at the end only gets attacked by 1. Or 2 attack the middle. That's probably a little bit stronger, but it also splits the team across a little more. 6 of one, half dozen of the other, really.
Getting real thirsty here.
They have archers of their own, but we have the wall advantage, so they are going to just shred themselves if they fire on me. Yeah, I think we're good. I think this will be a good enough turn 1. Yep, just run straight into the spears. Good idea. Terranor, stop this. You can call it all off and realize you've been misled. Casimir thinks he can wag you around like a dog. We mustn't give him what he wants. It's too late for that now, Drac. One of us will die today, so unless you wish to leave this world in disgrace, raise your weapon. Yeah, you are a predictable oaf. Fine, then die the lapdog of a traitor. Yeah, as durable as their cavalry are, they're no match for magic. Ugh. Damn, forgive me. Oh yeah, that was Terranor himself who just died instantly. With Terranor dead, what's gonna happen? A meaningless death. But Casimir's still out there. We need to stay vigilant. You know, you'd think they would just give up when their leader dies. Just like, you know what? He threw himself away like an idiot. I think we should just go home now. But no, of course they're just gonna charge in. Slaughter themselves. For some reason, I really didn't think Terranor was gonna be the first man in. But I'll give him respect for leading the charge, even if it was a terrible decision. Okay, they are gonna have the advantage because they can pile their archers in. That was a choice. Yeah, that's why I didn't play on Warlord, because I knew fights like this were going to turn into hell, and it wasn't worth my time. And you also gotta remember, they are making very poor targeting choices so far. Their archers have all targeted units that have healers in them. But of course, my units without healers are hard to reach, so... It's kinda how that works.
Sayuna will never
You still can't reach anything from there. Can you reach them if I put you there? No. Just come over here then. There's more heavy units over here anyway. We'll focus this side down and then flip. So my stronger units are over here.
How can I help, my lord?
And you can't make the distance either. I think he can reach that, actually. No, apparently not.
We will always
That's
find
why
a
I
way.
crammed healers in every team I could, because there's no way units survive in this game without healers. The damage taken is just way too high. Everybody's shaken. Hit this unit. I had 2 healers in some of these units. I didn't bother after a point when I was testing. The only one that has 2 healers is Diana's team at this point, because that team is designed to go walk up into the entire enemy army. Okay. Need to figure this side out first. I don't think... No, I think Sybil can crack through this, and then once she cracks that, Barnabas should be able to slip through. If you're talking about the ones that stun, I have been thinking about fitting them in. I've just had a lot of trouble finding a spot I want to put them in.
I must not fail.
And now Barnabas can push out, hit this archer unit, and wipe it out. Or he won't manage to wipe it out at all, and I'll be disappointed. That's okay. Go ahead and cycle back to your spot. Abigail will swing out and hit the other one. Completely flattening that unit. I'm not going to send Raskuja out, because these 3 Zweihander teams would just crush him. Yeah. It's more a matter of, I don't know what squad to put them in, because it would involve taking out something else I like better so far. I'm waiting till one of my squads has more space in it, and then I'll slip one in there. Let's see, for now...
Oh, sorry. Did you need
Nah,
something?
I'm gonna save Stefan's attack for last. They're
A
already
paladin
shaken,
never
so you should be able to
surrenders.
just push them out. Yeah, just get them out of here. Gotta be careful how I push out into this.
The battle lies
But I think I can get away with folding out. No, do it this way. My squad's a little more durable than Stefan's. I can step out and get away with it. He can't as much. And we
their
step
resolve.
Lysander over here. Oh, that's right. He has a samurai, so he gets 1 extra step of range. So he may as well force surrender on one of these 2. Just get them off the table.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
This does leave Stefan's squad vulnerable to 2 teams. Or I step him here. I miscalculated this. My initial intent was to switch to the 3 wide spacing I was talking about in order to make more room, and then I realized he can't reach anything from there. So what I should have done was use my squad to hit this. I think Stefan will be okay with what we're up against here, though. None of this is super high damage. If he isn't, well, oops. If I could get Raskuja over here, I would, because that'd be a reasonably safe attacking position. But I can't. Actually... a clever idea might be to move Raskuja here, shuffle Abigail over here, so that these guys run into the dragons. So far, Stefan, for me, kills very well, but his units are still very fragile. Concentrated attacks will crush his team. He'll get through it fine, it's just a matter of his team just gets bodied. Because, you know, light infantry, not really known for its durability. Okay, you'll block your melee units from hitting just to waste arrows. Okay. See, they somehow end up concentrating on the weaker units in his team, and they just get destroyed. Because I don't have their evasion up high enough for them to avoid dying to things when they concentrate on them. And losing that assassin off his team is unfortunate. Oh yeah, no, dragons are fantastic. Which is why I went out of my way to make sure I had some. Because I knew they were going to be really strong. And, you know, I like dragons, so of course I was going to have them whether they were practical or not. Thank you for the healing opportunity, Archer. I think I broke them. Jules, we've followed Drac into the jaws of hell. It's a tough situation indeed, Nerima. We're still alive, though. Jules, if it comes down to it, would you die for Drac? Would you die in this war among squabbling Viridian nobles? Nerima, we're all here together. I don't want anyone to die, and that includes you and I. Why are you so worried about me over the others? Someday you'll know. But not today. Today, your job is to survive. Do you understand? Same to you, Nerima. You've looked out for me so much thus far, I'm not gonna let you throw yourself away either. Come on, let's defend this fortress like a true Sayonari would. Truly noble indeed. Donar watch over you. So, I'm gonna guess there's a heritage thing there. Because, there's been a lot of hinting at that through this, and they've not been subtle.
The army is ready.
I'm gonna just get that out of my way. Lysander, why do I trust you to do things? Oh yeah, I'm going to make a push for that once I clear some more of this off the table. That's why this team has Barnabas in it, is as soon as I crush through the front line here, he's gonna book it for the bazaar.
My friends are counting on me.
Okay, they're shattered, they're shattered. Go ahead and force a surrender on them. This is why I laid this out the way I did.
This one for sure.
Is because I knew, even though these aren't my strongest units over here on this side, they were fighting the weaker side armor-wise, so they were gonna get through first. So my fastest stuff is over here. So we just punch straight through them. And that gives me a good opportunity to send some to flank and some to collect the goodies. So it works out either way. I do need to get rid of this guy before I send anybody off. What I can do is come around behind him. And this way I can use the hit and run bonus Barnabas gets to get him over here. And now he's in position to grab the tent, and more or less in position to get the chest next turn,
Strong, everyone.
and afterwards, pretty much. And it doesn't hurt that the AI in this is very exploitable, because they want to get jewels, but they can't. Because he's running around on the walls being a pain in the ass.
Donar, guide my attack.
And now that unit's a non-entity. Yeah, Stefan can push this unit out of the way.
Ready.
Like, this is proving to be a lot easier than I expected this to be. Since, you know, this is the one with the wipe them all out achievement and everything. I expected this to be a lot harder. Because I want to push out further, but I kind of can't. Not with everybody, anyway. Not without risking them walking through and trying to be a pain in my ass.
For my people. For my homeland.
There we go. Now we can easily go on the offensive, sweep the rest of the board, and this is done. Their whole right flank is tabled already. Oh, now you remember that these guys exist and are a problem. Okay. Sybil, stay sharp out there, you hear me? I got a funny feeling about me now. Not a good one. You gone soft on us or what? This is what I live for. My heart's racing. If only I could feel like this all the time. It's like there's a fire flowing through me. Listen to me, kiddo. This ain't looking pretty. I've been down this road before. You should just trust this old man's gut feeling. It's the best friend I got. What do you mean? You don't think we'll make it? Ain't nothing like that. Just... Barnabas. Not a sweet man and end up a soldier anyway. Come on, we can do this. They'd have to kill me 1,000 times before they win. Why do I have this sneaking suspicion there's going to be a bad turnaround here in a minute? And that's why this mission's a problem? Is the fact that this is meant to be a survive mission really seems wrong.
Time to end.
And the way they're all talking really makes it extra sus. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this unit, and I'm going to worry about the bazaar after this. Because I just realized how close to running out of time that chest is. So I'm going to have him go get that first, and then go get the other one.
Getting started.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't the main body of their army. Because while this is a lot of soldiers, this doesn't feel like a whole army.
I can do this.
Which is why she's gonna go stand here and heal. In case something does happen next turn. And when we finished mopping the floor, or with these guys.
The righteous.
So I probably shouldn't clear the rest of these guys out quite as quickly as I'm doing, because otherwise I won't be able to get the stuff.
Battle formations.
So I'm gonna
I
fall
must
back
stay
and make a
strong.
wall
Getting real thirsty here.
with everybody else.
I await your command.
How can I help, my lord?
Though she might kill both parties on her own, which would be upsetting. Oh no, the other one didn't make a move. No, Terranor died in battle? How unfortunate. Seems to have to clean up this mess now. Yeah, and the fact that it was labeled Casimir's army was also a problem. That had my attention. Yep. The expected results have happened. Here comes a whole goddamn pile. What the? Such firepower. They lured us to a trap, as if they knew we'd be here exactly at this time. How? Everyone, fall back to the keep. Stay out of range of those cannons. Maybe we can hold them off if we stand strong. See, and here's the thing.
Where am I needed?
There was plenty of warning about this happening because they were mentioning that there was a spy among us for a while. They were not making it very subtle.
Ready or not?
I'm gonna take the gamble on getting the Bazaar anyway, even though this is gonna blow up in Sybil's face a bit. I'm hoping that this Bazaar will be worth it. And yes. Yes, it will be. Because those will be fantastic, as will this, and that's a good thing to have too. I don't care as much about the Pyrosite, but I'll take it. That too, yeah. There was a lot of odd things to how that was designed. I don't really need these paladins that badly. I've already trained a bunch of them. What does Prodigy do? Oh, that's not the one I was highlighting, game. Okay. They just grow a lot faster. Those are some unique traits. I'll take you in case I decide to make use of those traits. Yeah. No, I know about the achievement because it was all over the goddamn place about this game. It kinda couldn't miss it. Which was unfortunate. Which is why I knew this fight was gonna be nasty. And honestly, I'm not sure that Bazaar was that worth it, but run away!
Must not fail.
Good luck, Sybil. You're probably gonna die. Nothing to be done here. This is gonna be a problem, though. This whole section here is gonna be problematic. Now, apparently I'm supposed to survive for up to 6 turns. So are they only going to be on the board for 1 turn? Or do they mean 6 turns from now? Because the target turns is 13, so we're only halfway through this fight.
Sayuna will never die.
He will always find a way.
Actually, no. Stay on these walls for now, because only the cannons can really get at you, and that shouldn't be that problematic for you guys on the wall. No, I think that'll have to do. The thing is, that is gonna mess with their pathing something fierce. Well, they're gonna waste a lot of their closer units' time turning around to go after Sybil, so I've got that going for me. And that Sentinel's gonna take a beating before it dies. But considering they've got all this armor-piercing nonsense, thanks to almost all of this being guns, this ain't gonna hold that long. Especially when they just happen to keep detonating my healers instantly with the cannons. I also underestimated how far those cannons can move in 1 turn. I really thought I had a little more room than that. I should have backed up further. when in doubt, there's the grand old strategy of run the hell away. To fall back on. Is considering not even Diana's team is holding particularly well against the cannons, because cannons are kind of bullshit, there's really nothing I can do about this. Without knowing that this was gonna happen, there's really nothing that could have been done here. Yep, there goes Stefan as expected. None of my army was designed to fight this kind of firepower. There really was never a way this was gonna work out well for me. Ow. That's a problem. Yep, 2 cannons can reach. I think this is over already. I need to get the hell out of here. God, cannons are bullshit. Cannons are real bullshit. Stefan, you seem shaken. I'm doing okay. No, really, I'm fine. You kind of exploded, Stefan. I don't know if you're that fine, my dude. Seems the enemy has lured us into an impossible situation. This may be the end. You were always a bright and sunny personality, Diana. As you would say, don't shoot the messenger. Yeah, I'd probably say that. You're serious, aren't you? Stefan, this is not the life for you. I will not tell the others should you happen to slip away. If I fall in battle, I need you to protect my Alex. Diana. Just promise me that. Alright. You've always got to talk about dying. You may not care if that happens, but damn, some of us sure will. If they do kill me, my body will perish, but they will never see a paladin on their knees. Until such a time, do keep count of how many fall to my hammer, and tell the world that what it means to go against the paladins of Holy Donar. Now you're talking. Come on, let's make a story that'll be burned in memory for thousands of years.
The battle
so goodbye. But yeah, no, I'm hosed on this one. These cannons do way too much damage. I would have needed to, like I said, know that they're coming and be much further back. Because I knew they were going to pull something out of their hat. I did not anticipate enough cannons to take an entire goddamn player team off the table in one turn. This is kind of heinous, honestly.
Stay strong, everyone.
Like, about the only hope I have here is getting rid of some of these cannons, and that's still not gonna matter. Like, I've seen fights that are designed to be unwinnable, and I've at least seen a way to somehow pull these back together. This one, with my current party, I don't see a way to do this at all. Short of pulling some real bullshit, I can't think of anything to do here. I would have to break the AI, I think, in order to have a prayer of doing something here. Because the sheer firepower of these cannons is just too far. I'm aware of that. The problem is, since I did not know where they were going to spawn, and I was in their range when they got a turn before me, they were able to table me before I could do anything. I would have needed to be out of their range and then come in on them. And I'm aware of that. But there's also so many cannons that no matter which ones you attack, you're leaving yourself vulnerable to other cannons. That's what I'm saying. Because there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cannons on this table. I have 10 units. I cannot take all the cannons before somebody's getting destroyed by one. And then there's the gunners to account for as well. They do a hell of a lot of damage to irregular infantry as well, which is the majority of my army. I would have to have designed to deal with this to have the best chance I could here.
You got a plan?
I'm not saying it's impossible. I know people have done it. But what I'm saying is, in my army's disposition and the positioning I had, it was physically impossible.
A paladin
And I knew I was pushing my luck by stepping out there to get the stuff. But I also was willing to bet that I wasn't gonna come out of this in a good condition anyway. I'm just gonna bank on getting the 2-turn bonus and call it good, pretty much.
I must be brave.
May as well just go down swinging, because we ain't gonna be able to get out of range of these things anyway.
Telling me who to kill.
Attaboy, Reskuja. I will not send Lysander in, mostly because I'm gonna use him as a clog to buy time for me. To get further away. Because if he parks there, nothing of theirs can reach me. And the only one who needs to survive is me and the base. So at the very least, I can cheese out the survival time a bit by running like hell. But even that's not gonna last. But honestly, I kind of hate missions like this. As you can tell, they built this primarily not to be winnable unless you know what you're getting into and know what you're doing. And those are never that fun, to my perspective. Because even if they expect you to somehow win this, this is a massive difficulty spike compared to the rest of the game. And that's just not good. I understand that those who are tactically minded would find it an interesting challenge. And if I went into this intending to deal with this, I absolutely would see it as a good challenge. But from a normal gameplay perspective, it kind of sucks. It's literally just a haha fuck you. But goddammit, I am gonna take some of them down with me. Oh yeah. If you couldn't restart missions, people would have tore this game down for this mission. People would have been losing their shit the whole way. But the thing is, if you come into this underprepared, you can't get any stronger. You're locked in. So restarting this mission 1,000 times if you're not strong enough to handle it, won't do anything. You'll just be repeating the failure over and over again. If it's within your range to manage to win it, yeah, you can do the right tactics to turn it around. But those cannons, man. Like, the cavalry's not a problem. We've handled that kind of thing plenty. And they're gonna waste a lot of time trying to kill Narima and Jules as well, which is gonna give me time to move. But tabling this, short of having run everybody back before that last enemy was killed, aside from, like, throwing away one guy, I don't see a way I could have done this. Is like, at least in terms of the timer, I would have to have been, like, back here with half of my army and use the layout of the area to my advantage as much as possible and chip away at the cannons. But whoever comes out to get the cannons would have to be well supported enough to clear the cannons on the side they go for. Zealous, I couldn't make it. Wherever you are, you'll have to make things right. All this carnage because I thought I knew what the hell I was doing. Casimir, someone, something will destroy you. Yeah, exactly. Even I must from the grave. It's not like we're getting any reinforcements. I'll just make my stand here. Lysander will stand here and absorb as much heat as he can. The cavalry's gonna come right up here and destroy these two at this point. And there ain't a lot that can be done about it.
Guide my attack.
But god damn it, we're gonna knock out another one before we go. I'm gonna table as many of these little bastards as I can. You know what? Hey, you. Fuck you. Just fuck you in particular, since you're over here. So, full disclosure, in spite of all the complaining and such I did there, and how I made it sound like I knew this was working out and everything at the beginning of this, I knew I was going to lose this. I knew there was going to be a second wave. I didn't know what it was, like I said before. I actually still did not know that. But, I also have no intentions of trying to make this a winnable situation. And that's that. Wait, how did that not count as 2 turns? They had their starting turn, and then... Oh, fuck it. I don't care. Yeah, basically, I never had any intention of making this work out in a positive sense at all. I just wanted to get as much of the loot off the table as I could and call it good from there, because that's the important part out of that in the end. They cannot make it past this point. Hold with everything you've got. Drac, this battle's over. Staying is suicide. Right you are, Lysander. Come on, we have to evacuate everyone now. Do it, then. Take everyone you can, get the hell out of this place. Go anywhere but here. Diana. Take the Historium Magnus and get out of here, and fight on. I don't care how, just make sure that these scumbags pay for everything they've done. Drac, you're not alone in this battle. Don't throw your life away. I'm the reason for everything. This entire war, I'm not leaving this point. I beg you, live on and destroy Casimir. Destroy the cultists. Go, get out of here. Zealous, look at me now. Doing exactly what you'd do. You want me, Casimir? Come and get it. Just catch a cannonball. And of course they didn't actually kill us. Why would they actually kill us? We're a plot character. Here we stand, together again. You have a lot to answer for, Drac. No matter how many lies you pile onto yourself, you still play the part. Someday, Casimir, your lies are gonna catch up to you. Yeah. They're not very subtle with this one either. And that's all I'm gonna say on that concept. Your clipper marks mean nothing. All that matters is my immediate coronation to become Emperor of all Viridia. You've built quite a following, you know. They say you're the bringer of light, the hero of the West. Some even think you're the reincarnation of their god. It seems pretending to be a religious savior to win the hearts of the people nearly won this war for you. The temple is too dangerous to be left intact, as are their beliefs and their folk heroes. Gunners ready! Goodbye, Drac. Give my regards to whatever god you people worship these days. Ah! Bullets hurt. Bullets hurt a lot. But, you know, they conveniently left a ledge behind me to fall off of. Unless they go find the body, I feel like this isn't gonna work out for them. What have they done, my champion? Such folly, such recklessness. They cause you such harm, all for what? They continue this fairy tale, this prophecy of theirs. You have become powerful, my champion, peerless in this world. You know what you must do. Do it, and the power bestowed upon you will be yours forever. It shall be done. Cultist scum. You must have a death wish coming here. Did you see that? How about that one? Black dragon above! Of course they've got a black dragon. Oh. Your time has come to an end. Gee, I wonder who this is. Who? What are you? Have you not foreseen this in your precious texts? Your temple has kept the truth locked away for far too long. Now you will know justice. Paladins, break them! Ooh, that's a fancy sword. Yep. Well, that's hardly fair. Yeah, I feel that. But you know, we didn't see the dragon. There's nothing saying that that isn't a dragon that can turn into that. Iffy on that one. The Black Knight is defeating the Paladin so easily. We're doomed. Those cultists can't get inside with my barrier up. Stand back. Do you really think it'll hold? The barrier hasn't failed me yet. Get everyone out of here, Jebediah. Don't worry about me. Yep. I had a feeling. I'm sorry. You weren't supposed to fight back. Everybody fucking traitors. The whole fucking lot of them. So the question is, was Jebediah the one feeding the information the whole time, or do we have another problem? Ugh, Jebediah. Why? You've taught me so much, Grandmaster. Now I can better serve the true god, Xanatus. He's coming back, you know. And I'll be among the first to be rewarded with death. I was expecting him to get stabbed in the back, too. Really was. The Center Palace. I want good news, Harold. We have lost Fort Eureka and our core armies, my lord. Terranor died in battle, but we are now defenseless. That's true. And what few men we have left are trying to quell the rioting. Donor save us all. I need to get word to the people. The war ends now. I don't care what they do to me. I want my people to know the nobility is not lost. Yes, Lord. Terranor, you old fool. You gave your life for nothing. And so did you. Ugh. And that's where they sent the assassin, Kuroda. 274. Rest in peace, Lothair. Lemonland Monastery. As everything goes horribly wrong. Diana escaped, but really, it doesn't matter. We are forsaken. Adelia, Alex. Probably all dead. Oxley. My dear Diana. You were right. Should have listened. End times are upon us. Nephilim, only hope. Who did this? Who could destroy my paladins and overcome the temple? Honestly, a lot of people. What of my family? Follow the prophecy. You must take this key to the temple archives. Forbidden pages of the book. Make the pilgrimage, Diana. Back to where it all began. Grandmaster. Come on, I need more. Wake up. He did. Miracle he held on that long. I will make this right, Grandmaster. Watch me from the heavens. I will see you there soon, victorious or not. And let's be real, we saw that guy on screen like 3 times for a few minutes each. Of course you don't remember how he died. He was about the least relevant character in this goddamn game so far. In all of my life, I've never seen this place. Back to where it all began. Drac, I think you would know just what to do. All I've ever done is fight. It's all I know. Perhaps we'll meet again. I'm pretty sure we'll meet again. I don't think I'm actually dead yet. Diana is determined to keep the fight going until the army is again made whole. Choose who will go with her. I don't have any extra squads to choose for this game. Why have you completely changed how the menu works on that note? Why would I not? I don't have any to choose that aren't already chosen. Unless I go out of my way to make an extra one right now. The rest will find another way to survive. Ah, anything you don't bring with you, you lose. Got it. Yeah. Drac's last stand at Fort Eureka allowed for the others to escape. However, his sacrifice would prove to be his undoing. Found guilty of treason and heresy, Drac was put to death. Now, with nothing standing in his way, Casimir is finally able to destroy the temple and taste the revenge he has been seeking for years. A terrifying new champion known as the Hand of Xanatus descended from the sky and obliterated Lemonland Monastery. The priestesses of the Sisterhood of Mercy were taken hostage along with the children, and the paladins were wiped out. The Hand of Xanatus can now be seen at the vanguard of a vast and powerful army as the last remaining of Casimir's opponents attempt to rally around the strongholds of Remorg and Stormrook. Can't help but notice that he turned on Remorg and is now tearing it apart. Duke Terranor's son, Randolph, has taken over what remains of his father's army. Men of Redia, clean up this rebel so we can get on with more important matters. Casimir, men like you have no business in the game of war. We will show you how it works. Followers of Xanatus, we are to annihilate the enemy. I see new unit types on the table. The Hand of Xanatus himself, Brom, Lambert, and Bernier. Oh, and how things have changed. I have all of this under my control right now. And Casimir's actually an ally. This is a weird feeling, and I feel like I should turn around and stab him anyway. That's what I thought was happening here. Interesting turnaround.
What?
Oh, that's a voice line. What have I got?
I can taste your fear.
I want to look at your statistics, damn you. I don't remember how to do that. I don't think I can look at his stats or anything. Yeah. I figured this was a joke map. I'm just looking around, trying to decide how best I want to go about this first. And I think it's mostly a matter of I'm gonna go kill Casimir.
What?
But you can't actually reach that. You can, though. Go have fun. What? Hold up. Why didn't he... Oh. Right. Brain had a second there. It's fine. I was gonna try to be treacherous, but won't let me attack my allies. I'm disappointed. So I think that's what all of us would have wanted to do. Just turn around and betray Casimir instantly.
Taste your fear.
Just kill him. But I know if I did that, we wouldn't have a game anymore, and it wouldn't work. But it would be funny. Yeah. Can't blame the guy for trying. Yeah, that's fair. That thing is powerful. Until that was revealed, there was the possibility he was both. Which would have been interesting. I mean, then again, I could always just sit here and let Casimir do all the work and see if he gets wiped out. Yeah. I suspect with these units, it's going to be harder to make that happen without just gambling on the give them the first turn thing. Which, since these units are so ridiculously powerful, I probably should do that. Because I doubt there's any way they can actually be threatened. I could just fly over him and steal the damn base out from behind him. You know, being stunned by fire. Uh-huh. That's how that works. And the gunners are just using rubber bullets. It's fine. But it looks like these guys can actually die. They're not as ridiculously overpowered as the hand is. So if they get wiped out, it really doesn't matter. These aren't mine. But it is kind of nice that they give you control of the bad side for a moment. Especially after what they did to you on the last map. I like this because this is a nice counterbalance to what they just put you through. It's like, hey, we just took away everything you've worked so hard on and ruined a lot of it. Here, have something nice to play with for a while. I mean, thanks to playing on Captain, I've been feeling reasonably powerful for a lot of this. Aside from that last mission where it felt like, yep, this is just bullshit. Got it. Which isn't particularly interesting. Now to start claiming a bunch of objectives and let Casimir do the legwork. Donari Temple, a concentration of lies. Show them no quarter. Strip this place of every icon, every text, every sign of life, and burn it to ashes. That's a nice touch. I appreciate that they actually destroy the temple. Like, remove it from the map and everything. And then you realize none of these guys really are under any threat, and it kind of stopped mattering.
I can taste your fear.
I'm mostly just capturing all these things as an excuse to let Casimir's army just go be fodder for me. Mostly just because of spite. Not even any practical reason, just pure spite. That, and honestly, their forces are more likely to make the enemy surrender than mine. And aside from if I use the surrender button.
Balmont hungers.
So it is interesting that they still have the leadership up prompts and such for these units. Wouldn't it be funny if that actually affects running into enemies like this later, where you're just making them stronger by actually doing the smart plays with these now? Your life is mine, Randolph. You bloody bastard. To hell with you. Quit swearing at me. I'm not even there. Dum-de-dum, casually flying in that general direction. Dum-de-dum. Okay, there's no bazaar on this map I need to worry about or anything. Wouldn't that have been a hell of a thing if they put a bazaar like in a corner somewhere around here? And they expect you to fly to it? Just like behind these mountains or something. Would it even be physically possible to lose as the Hand of Xanatos with his 999 health, even if he took on the entire damn map? This is unfortunately going to take forever because this guy's going to be in the goddamn way. So, they gave us 21 target turns for some fucking reason. I can only assume that the turn timers and such are the same on every difficulty. And they're scaled for the higher ones, probably. Because there's no way in hell it would take 21 turns to do this map. I was fucking around and it still only took me 7. Da-da-da. And now we've personally snuffed out the last bit of hope in the local area. Father is a likely threat, but we'll give him one chance. Mother can be swayed. Keep damage to the kid to a minimum. You heartless bastards, why are you doing this? Dead. Stand down, lady. Your daughter will be safe in our hands. As for you, we've got your name on the list. Report to the town square tonight to burn those Dunari books and you'll be in compliance. Hurry to the chapel. The outer gates won't hold long. Yeah, because, you know, those wooden doors are going to hold so well. And they won't just come in through all these giant glass windows you've got everywhere. How could this be happening? Such evil has come over men's hearts in our own country. What's going to happen? Donar, hear us. Tell us you have not forsaken Tanra. You might want to be concerned about the fire. Steadfast against the darkness, speak to us, Holy Donar, one last time. Well, that's the end of that. The old regime is gone. Unrest is put down by force, pretenders to the throne are defeated and executed, and the remnants of the Donari temple are burned. Once a middling politician, Casimir has become the first emperor of the Empire of Archelius and rules all humanity under its banner. Okay, the level up thing's kind of a nice touch. That's kind of funny. He has finally achieved his ultimate dream, but his grave injustices have gone unpunished, and few live on to spread the truth. The last of the paladins lives on. Diana escapes the siege of Fort Eureka. Horrified that her son has gone missing, she gathers whoever she could find in from the old army. 2 years pass. The followers of Xanatos have occupied the highest roles in the imperial government. Children are separated from families to become subjects of the cult. Worship of Donar or belief in the legends of old are now punishable by death. The world has returned to the dark times under the rule of Xanatos. Diana's resistance group fights on in Drax's name. Focused on stopping child kidnappings, they break into one of the detention camps at Westerfield. Chapter 14, Paladin Undaunted. The way to the prison is the staircase to the northwest. Donar be with us. We're gonna have to fight a lot of guys, but I'm gonna assume that they won't all come at me at once. There is one of the evil priests over there, and that's a problem. He might be an issue. But at least it's the familiar teams still. Albeit missing a bunch.
How can I help, my lord?
School is in session.
How far can you move? You can move to there. And that is all assassins. No, it's rogues and one assassin. Okay, that's not as bad.
My friends are counting on me.
Diana is incredible. Stefan is really good at killing, he's not so stable.
Donar be with us.
Since there's no guns here, Diana probably could take this entire map by herself.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
My Barnabas is also quite good, so he shouldn't have too many issues. Jules has also come into his own now that I've actually figured out what I wanted to do with him.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
Abigail's also no slouch with her twin dragons. Now, I like having him as horse archers. The horse archers work well. Because it gives him a chance to hit and run away without getting massacred. The damage output's still a little sad, but archers never seem like they're going to be a killing role. They're more meant to soften things. But this is exactly why Abigail was standing up here in the front. Everything that attacks her dies. So she'll clean up some of the field for us ahead of time.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
Stefan should be able to pop this team just fine. Well, mostly. And now we'll continue to be jammed up, which is annoying. But, you know, it is what it is.
Repent before the righteous.
I ain't got all day.
Stay strong, everyone.
It's hard to argue with mobility like that. Did I just put him in a stupid spot, though? I can't tell because I keep forgetting that the enemy move thing is terrible. One squad can reach him, but he should be okay. These aren't particularly strong squads. Or that'll happen. That I hadn't really considered. But it's fine. If Jules' team goes down, oh boo-hoo. He is literally the punching bag of this playthrough, so I'm not really that concerned about it. He's already died twice. A third time won't really kill him. All intended humor on that. But as you can see, he holds up okay even then. He's gonna have some casualties here in a minute at the rate this is going, though. But it's good training for him. He gets to take a bunch of them down. Which means we do one of these. We step him back, we shoot, and then we have him step further back, and Barnabas will take his place, clogging the doorway. Nyum. Nyum.
You got a plan?
Nyum.
I love this part.
If this whole side passage over here wasn't full of spears, I would have sent the cavalry over this way since it's a longer walk. But I didn't want to send them through spear hell. But no, I did my best not to leave any particular team behind in terms of experience, so these guys should all be able to hold their own. Just fine. Because I anticipated we were going to have situations like this, where we weren't going to have the whole party available. Because these games always do this crap.
I must be brave.
It's like, oh, you did all this work on these characters? Oh, guess what? They're unavailable now. Aha!
How can I help, my lord?
But you know, for plot reasons, it makes sense, so I'm not actually mad. But it's just always a little bit annoying. So what I can do is just park Barnabas here, and they then can't get Jules. Means Jules isn't getting a turn, but that's okay. In terms of keeping him actually alive so he can still grind a bit of experience popping shots off, this is a better choice. So actually, I might have been able to pop him out, shoot something, and get back behind Barnabas. But it's fine. I don't need every single experience point I can get. He can also go grab those chests safely, once these guys are out of the way.
We will always find a way.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
Barnabas can go ahead and draw their attention this way, because he can get there before anybody else can. Actually, no. Go ahead and back up. Fine.
Donar be with us.
Diana can come up here.
My friends are counting on me.
I'll let Abigail draw the heat, because she'll just destroy anything that attacks her. And then Stefan
sorry.
can support Diana on this side, Barnabas supports Abigail on this side, and it all works out cleanly. Also, to explain the thought process behind making Jules horse archers a little bit more, him having the mobility of horse archers also means I can get away with giving him those strong weapons that reduce his max health and everything, but massively inflate his damage. And he can get away with using them without getting slaughtered for it. Aside from times like now where I literally sat him in front of the enemies and didn't care.
I can do this.
Abigail's down a unit, so I don't know if I want to charge her into that, but they are also samurai, so I don't really want to charge Barnabas into that either. So I'll have her just go piss these spearmen off.
Stay strong, everyone.
I ain't
Obsidian.
got all day.
Actually, yeah, that'll work. Barnabas can swing in here and get these guys out of Diana's way. And still get back in position to do something potentially useful.
Bet you didn't see
Stefan
this
can
one
grab this
coming.
chest.
Repent before the righteous.
Now, this is a mixed bag of a choice, because the magic will still go past their protection a bit, but they do also have the highest magic resist of any unit I have, because of the fact that I do have that bonus that gives part of their armor to their magic resist. As shown there, they can just kind of take that black hole spell and not care. Now the only potential problem is that they wipe themselves out, but I'm pretty sure I have to get to the exit, so that it's not that big a problem. Nice. There we go. Now we can freely clean up the chests and then head for the door. Ooh, a gold arena token. And another proof
Where
of
am I
merit.
needed?
I really need to train up the rest of my tier 3s the rest of the way so they can start turning gold.
I love this part.
Like, I should see if Barnabas can turn gold at this point. You'd think he'd be able to by now. No matter who gets to the exit. Diana has to reach the stairs.
A
Okay.
paladin never surrenders.
There's no point even having anybody else move at this point then. May as well just skip turns till she gets to the exit. Done. Decent amount of them surrendered. Another rank S. I think I've only had like 1 or 2 of these missions not be S ranks. Underground escape route, Westerfield sewers. Why are they making us leave? They said the bad people are coming to take us away from our home. They said they are non-believers. Yeah, this one probably told them we are here. We all know he's not a believer like us. He doesn't even want to give up his old name. Isn't that right, Alex? Shut up. I didn't tell anyone. Stupid, Alex. We're gonna tell on you. Listen, my mom's gonna kill the Masters. You'll see. She's the best fighter in the world. Then you can have your real families back. That's it. You're dead. Come on, let's tell the Masters we have a sacrifice. Yeah, get the non-believer. Yeah, they've been indoctrinated. Alright, you little freaks, keep it down in here. The Emperor's coming. Why the hell is he coming down here personally? Hello, young man. Your name is Alex, yes? Don't worry, you can say it here. Yes, mister. Are the other children bothering you? Haha, not a tattletale, I see. Alex, I'm going to take you to a safe place. Please come with me. You know where my mom is? I'm sorry I cannot say I know her, but I am the Emperor, so I should be able to find her, don't you think? Yeah, I guess so. The rest of you, follow the Master's instructions. The non-believers are coming to get you. Let's get out of this den of muck. And of course, somehow he gets there just ahead of Diana and takes her son elsewhere. Diana's force overcomes the Imperial presence at the Westerfield Detention Center and liberates the children who have been held captive. However, Imperial reinforcements have arrived, and all Diana's group can hope to do is run. Safety lies across the North Herald River, which currently separates the group from their hideout at Centurion's Rest. Funny how we end up back there at Centurion's Rest. If the civilians can cross the river, Diana will be able to destroy the bridge and cut off the Imperial advance. A lot of this just keeps coming full circle, I can't help but notice. We'll get him, Diana. Just like we'll save all of them from these bastards. All in due time. Now we must escape to the safety of Centurion's Rest. If we can cross the bridge to the east, we can destroy it and cut off the Imperial Army's advance. Well, immediately, all I have to do here is go stand Diana right there. They're not getting out with Diana there, so that's not an issue. The rest is clearing these enemies out of the way so the civilians can move.
I must be brave.
You go kill that.
How can I help, my lord?
Jules, take a shot at him and then go for the mine.
Getting real thirsty here.
Stefan, it's your turn. Go ahead and take him out. They won't voluntarily surrender, and I'm not going to risk losing Stefan's front units. I'm going to need them for the rest of this map.
School is in session.
I'll let Barnabas get a nice head start and start cleaning the map out. Kids are all gonna run forward, which is exactly what I want them to do for the moment. Go ahead, try to get out of there through Diana. Go for it. See how well that works out for you. Yeah, now they'll just be bottled up there the whole time Diana's standing there. Because only one of them can attack her at a time. You guys think you're so clever.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
My friends are counting on me.
And grab that, and then you can catch up with everybody else.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
That's all spears, so I'm not the biggest fan of charging that. So I'm gonna have Barnabas actually go through the woods and just head straight for these skirmishers that are over here and wipe them out instead.
Where am I needed?
Now, go ahead and force surrender on this unit. Unless they pull out some more forces from somewhere, though, this really isn't going to be a problem. Oh, and I guess charging those spears wouldn't have been as bad as I thought. Then again, spears are stronger on the defense, not on the offense. Meanwhile, they're still bottled in there. Can't get anything done. What are the actual rules for this? I assume I have to get Diana to the bridge. They're using the river as their escape route. Do not harm the children, but the rebel fighters are forsaken. You hear that, boys? That masked freak show wants us to go easy on the snot-nosed little goblins. Ignore him. Our orders come from the Emperor. Slay them. Do not engage the Black Knight. Yeah, you can imagine. Everyone move on the double. Thing is, if I keep them bottled there, he's not on his dragon. He can't get over the crowd to get after Diana. But Diana has to reach Centurion's Rest, so that's a problem. The other option is... Ooh, no, if I put Abigail there, she kills anything that attacks her, and then the hand hits her and she loses. Not even Diana's gonna win against the hand, so that's a problem. Have him go immediately engage that guy.
Stay strong, everyone.
You can go ahead and just pop that. I don't care about making them surrender. I'm more interested in getting the kids through this.
Bet you didn't see this one
I don't even
coming.
need that little bit of gold that badly.
I must be brave.
He's got a decent amount of movement on the ground.
A paladin never surrenders.
I think Diana can outpace him, though, at this point. So I'm gonna have her start falling back. No. I'll wait one more turn. Give the children more room. Because we've got target turns of 9. Let's see, Diana can move this far. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Something like that. Now, I'll go ahead and just move her now.
Before the righteous.
If I'm right about the pacing, she'll be able to stay a step ahead of them. Need be, I can have Abigail step in and jam the line for a second. Oh, come on! I really thought I screwed up their pathing enough by standing there, but apparently not. Oh, one kid down. Oh well. This was going so smoothly, and then the pathing had to be stupid.
You got a plan?
I had all of them so cleanly routed out of there. And then one stupid goddamn step wrong in the pathing.
Time to end this.
I love this part.
Oh well. There's nothing left to pursue the children there anymore.
Where am I needed?
So I just need to get Diana ahead of the crowd
My
now.
friends are counting on me.
And the thing is, I could have moved Barnabas down one square, but I thought the children were going to move more into the open space up there, not follow the coast exactly. That was a bad miscalculation on my part. But really not much of a way I could have known how they were going to path. Because there's the logic of as the crows flies shortest distance, but there's also the logic of keeping clear of obstructions.
A paladin never surrenders.
Getting real thirsty here.
I can do this.
Just gonna have them screen for the kids at this point, because the only threats are behind them now. I absolutely could have gotten this done, though, had I done this a little smarter instead of trying to rush it. I am happy, though, with the way I just completely bottled their damn whole army in with one character. That amuses me greatly.
Donar be with us.
Go on, kids.
Oh, so
Gotta go faster than that.
Need something?
I must not fail.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
He will always find a way.
Just get Jules over here ahead of time. I would not be at all surprised if it's not going to let me break the bridge till everybody's on the other side.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
Repent before the righteous. I must be brave.
There we go. Everybody will get across the bridge immediately. Barnabas can park over here. Now, I don't know if anybody can break the bridge or if Diana has to break the bridge. So I'm going to just make sure to have Diana be the last one across. Be on the safe side. The kids are, of course, going to get out nice and clear. We only lost one. Good enough for me. And now we're gonna get the perfect timing to deny the hand of Xanatus right next to the bridge and just go nah.
Where am I needed?
If we destroy the bridge, any children still out there will be stuck on the other side. There are no children stuck on the other side. Kill the bridge.
Plan?
Now we just get Diana to the end marker and we're done.
A paladin never surrenders.
I could have restarted to save the kid, but I'm not that fussed about it. We are one turn off of the turn timer as well, and I just don't care.
Donar be with us.
This was never intended to be perfect. I'm just trying to move this along at this point because this is taking quite a while. Are all the children safe? Yep, we're running out of places to send them. And what of our partners in the other cities? Not a peep. Wouldn't get my hopes up. We've defeated so many of them and freed so many children, and I am no closer to my Alex. The Empire takes them to the detention camps faster than we can move. We can't keep this up forever. I take it you all feel the same? I'll keep swinging my sword and killing Imperials until my strength gives out. Big picture be damned. Our men are pretty exhausted. This is the 4th home we've made for ourselves. They will eventually come here as well, and we'll have to find a 5th. It is time we finally pursued the prophecy as we should have long ago. Gods forgive me for my lack of faith. Alex, I'm sorry. I will find you someday, but for now I must follow my faith. You mean that page you found in the monastery ruins? Back to where it all began, were the Grand Master's dying words as he handed me the key to the vault. These words have haunted me since Drac left us. The page and his words point to the holy mountain, Tolmea, where the first battle with Xanatos took place. Well, where it all began could be 2 different things. All of the events we were part of were set in motion here, in Centurion's Rest. All of the motions of her faith were set in motion at Mount Tolmea. I must make a pilgrimage there to the holy site. Only the gods above can be our salvation now. If I must, I will do this alone. Problem being, not even you could go that route by your lonesome. The only way is through the Imperial Palace. They got that holy site guarded by some magical doodads. You know the way, Barnabas? Yep, you're not gonna like it. I bet you we can break into the palace through the sewer exits, but even that's not an Imperial presence guarding it on the outside. You'll need all of us to get in there, and you got me so far. Of course I will support you as well, Sister Diana. And as will my brother, yes? Looks like my sister's decided for me. I'll do my best. Diana. I've stuck by your side through much worse. Well, not sure we've ever tried to break into the capital of a world-spanning empire before, but you only live once, right? Thank you. And for the last 2 years as well, we have fought and we have run away, but at least we are still here, still fighting. If I die on this mission, I will die a free woman, with my knee unbent to the will of evil. I do not expect any of you to throw your lives away. Once I am on the path to Mount Tolma, please go into hiding or retreat back here to safety. Don't say goodbye just yet, lady. Hey, come on, let's give Fate and Prophecy a little nudge in the right direction. Now they're on the path to making some bold plays. What they need to remember is bold plays are what got me killed. Quote-unquote killed. Diana and what civilians she could save are safe at Centurion's Rest. The rest of the Resistance forces, those who could be recruited after the death of Drac, awaited her return, having completed several liberation missions of their own. Everyone knows it in their hearts. This is a losing battle. Always on the run, always catching up and reacting. Too many have given to the beliefs of Xanatos cultists, or have given up hope. Diana feels that the time has come to follow the prophecies written out in the secret page of the Historium Magnus. While unable to directly translate the book's contents, this can only mean one thing. The key to the world's salvation lies at the peak of Mount Tolma. There are no other options left. The way to Mount Tolma is not an easy one. Well, here's the thing. Just because they're at the height of their power now, just as Barnabas is saying, doesn't mean they'll stay at the height of their power forever. It might not necessarily be in your lifetime, but as long as you can keep that flame alive, somebody else might take up the banner and finish the job. Ooh, there's some potential in that, but at the same time it reduces stats enough that I'm not that fancied on it. May as well take more Aldor Tower shields, mostly just for comedy at this point. Something's just very funny to me about me being just stacked for tower shields. Okay, Abigail's team is able to promote, but we only have enough Sunstones to promote one of them. So I'm gonna promote Abigail herself, probably. Let me see who else can do what right now. Ah, there we go. As expected, Barnabas can upgrade to gold. We've certainly got plenty of proofs of merit. Golden Barnabas. Dun, dun, dun. You can become a knight. No, you can only become a Zweihander. Dang it. Which, he would be the only infantry in this squad, so it'd still move at pace. Oh wow, her paladins can turn gold already? Okay. Considering we're gonna need her force to be a power to be reckoned with, I'm gonna more than happily do that. But I find it interesting that she herself have... No? Oh, I guess she doesn't count as a tier 3 unit. Well, that kind of sucks. Oh, this guy can turn gold too. Neat. Why not? You've done good work for me, Tariq. Become golden. Oh yeah, we don't have reserves anymore. So I guess maybe I lost those reserves entirely? That's unfortunate. Oh well. Just means I lost some money, which isn't really that big a deal to me. Go ahead and promote her to a Templar because it'll keep her alive better, and her staying alive will keep her units alive, and it'll all work itself out. It is unfortunate that I didn't get any more Sunstones. There's not really anything I can turn into... I can't downgrade any of this in order to get Sunstones either. See, if this Samurai was anything else, I would take him for Prodigy, but the fact that he's already done kind of makes Prodigy useless. I also don't have the Samurai Squad anymore right now, so it's kind of pointless. I'm not going to do the arena right now, So I'm assuming things will happen to get us more people again soon. So I'm not gonna waste the opportunity. Because really all that would do is get levels for this handful and not really do much else. So it would get me items, potentially. And actually, hang on. That is a good point. I have a lot of artifacts I could hand out. And all of these units have room for artifacts right now. Use that. Now we'll give you the other refuge because you're very reliant on your healing as well. Denari's staff can be replaced potentially with something. Officer's Regalia might not be a bad idea, since she spends a lot of time on the defensive. Though her party also doesn't have an Eldor Tower Shield. Yeah, you know what? Here, have a Tower Shield. Everybody gets Tower Shields. Nobody can be hurt. Still really stupid that I just have so many of those to just hand out like candy. That gives 5 strength. You can keep that. You're fine as you are. Yeah, I don't really have that much to change, I guess. What other accessory artifacts do I even have? Oh, okay. The Everlasting Potion's 1 free heal. Immune to magical stun. Nah, none of this has really blown me away that I need to swap it onto somebody right now. Let's see if we get anybody else back. The Paladin and her cute little band of friends continues to elude you, my champion. How, with such might as yours? You wouldn't make this feeble old man do it himself, would you? Those rebels mean nothing to me. It is the Emperor who lives only as you allow. It is beginning to test my loyalty to you. Your loyalty to me? Why? I could not bear to see you waver. Please, my champion, you must understand, institutions take time to disassemble. If we were to send Casimir to the Void now, it would undermine the legitimacy of the regime we control. It would undo all of the work we've done, that you've done. For now, we must simply tell him what to do. And he has proven an obedient pawn. As you can see, the temple is all but extinct. The moment he becomes obsolete, his life is yours to take. Then this world will finally call you Emperor. For now, the Paladin has sent her forces to attack the capital from the east. Perhaps she has a death wish. Your duty, Hand of Xanathus, is to fulfill that wish. Once you have taken Diana's big blonde head, the rest of them will crumble. And somehow they continue to know our every move ahead of time. This doesn't look too bad, but at the rate the game is pulling nonsense out on us, I wouldn't be surprised if they pull another rabbit out of their hat. Especially since they just mentioned the potential for the Hand of Xanathus to just show up here.
Repent before the righteous.
He'll crash into them and cause trouble.
I can do this.
School is in session.
We can just have Barnabas immediately take this team out and seize that. Why they thought parking an archer by themselves over here was a good idea is beyond me.
Time to end this.
Getting real thirsty here.
How can I help, my lord?
Jules, go ahead and take a shot at them and then get the hell out. So he is still going to be somewhat vulnerable. Only one of them can really reach him, I think. Maybe two, if they go all the way around. I'm not sure they have enough room to do that. Hindsight, I should have put Barnabas on that bridge. But I hadn't thought that far through the plan. Okay, we're going to shoot at Stefan's team. That's fine. Yeah, him dying is a minor problem, though, because that does give him a second shot at Jules. But it's okay. He only lost one guy and took out multiple squads. I'm actually pretty pleased with that. That's annoying. How many more units can they reach him with? What I really need to do is get Jules' threat level higher so everything stops targeting him as easily. But I don't think I really can without some serious nonsense. And the way all these units are targeting Diana is why I didn't move Jules to the right, because most of them would have went around her and attacked him instead and absolutely flattened him.
Master Sergeant,
Go ahead and seize that while you're sitting on it.
He will always find a way.
Go ahead and force surrender on this unit. Because even with two guys left, you can still force a surrender there. And now... go over there. Go grab that. Now that you're battered to hell.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
With the power difference I have, I really should be just letting them get the first shot on me at this point.
Where am I needed?
That top archer might still be able to shoot at Jules. And that might become an issue. Meanwhile, they're just gonna empty all their quivers into Stefan. There we go, another one surrenders. Yeah, thankfully they were weakened enough that it didn't matter that much.
Stay strong, everyone.
Really could do with some more Sunstone Mines, game.
got all day.
You go ahead and clean that up, just to get it out of here. Since he can force that surrender and then move in.
I must be brave.
Yeah, it's just annoying because I have a pile of them ready to promote and I'm just kind of sitting here blocked by resources. Whereas I'm drowning in all of the other resources at the moment. You go ahead and just press on. You can handle that. Yeah, they probably do. But bear in mind, it is also a little bit RNG based on what you get in the markets as well. Is those resources can show up in the markets. That's where I got a bunch of my early obsidian and such, was it showed up in the marketplaces. And I'm still sitting on a bunch of the gems I could use to make more mages, because I ended up not making half the mages I'm using. I bought them. Yeah, I I'm getting to the point where I'm gonna start needing more of them as well, because I just made a bunch of units gold.
Time to end this.
Which, the power boost they get is quite nice. I can just send Barnabas over this way and deal with that guy. Like his stuff.
I love this part.
Donar be with us.
What I can do is...
My
Now
friends
Abigail
are
can
coming.
swing over here, go get that chest. And we'll have this map swept up in mere minutes. At the current pace, I expect we're gonna hit at least chapter 20 today. Which is a nice big jump considering we only went through like 4 chapters last time. But there's been a lot of shorter maps this time, and a lot of plot has been happening instead of thousands of long battle maps. Like I was worried things was gonna start hitting. And there's the Merciful achievement.
Repent before the righteous.
Hi, I'm just gonna take this. This is mine now. Just gonna take it right next to them.
Getting real
Thumb my
thirsty
nose.
here.
Nose at their army. Well, the thing is, I had no way of knowing that until I got to that point, is the thing.
How can I help, my lord?
Once you see a trend start developing, you kind of need to worry about that.
I can do it.
And yeah, I'm fully anticipating having at least one brick wall I'm gonna hit along the way. But I am on a lower difficulty than you, so I might not get stuck. We'll see how it works out. Because our setups are also different, so... Something in mine might give me an advantage, we'll see.
Where am I needed?
Oh, that too, yeah, that's fair.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
Master Sergeant awaiting orders. I ain't got all day.
He will always find a way.
I must not fail.
There we go, I'll have basically this whole map buttoned up in one turn here. Proof of merit.
I must
You go ahead and
be
pick up the
brave.
bazaar, because that was the important thing over here. Treasure Hunter. Excalibur. Oh, that's fantastic. Flame Saber would be nice. Give me more obsidian. This is what I'm talking about, by the way. I have 18 obsidian because I keep finding them in every bazaar I go to. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to have them. But it would be nice to, you know, have some more sunstones. The 0 sunstones I have is a issue. I have 10 of everything else. I would have a lot more iron if I hadn't started ignoring iron mines to a degree. There's a lot of them I didn't bother to go for because I have more iron than I'm probably going to use the rest of this game. Nah, I don't need those that badly.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
If I was doing this on my own time, I'd probably go through and absolutely perfectionist grab everything. But for the sake of pacing on stream, I'm just moving it along. I'd also rather...
A paladin
When
never
it's...
surrenders.
If I have to choose between getting all the objectives and getting the turn timer, I'll take the turn timer.
Stay strong, everyone.
Though the objectives would be a wiser thing to focus on because they give you more leadership and they give you resources. But some of the objectives are just kind of pointless to grab, so I just haven't been bothering to go out of my way for them. Also, having a dragon with disarm is disgusting. And there we go. Another chapter done. These chapters seem to be pretty short, but then again, they give you only a half-size squad to do them in, so it makes sense they couldn't make these too big. Yeah, since I didn't grab that last objective, I only get A rank. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, considering we both only paid like $13 for this, and we've already gotten more than that in hours. Diana now makes her way through the bowels of the Imperial Palace, toward the Inner Sanctum, which contains a teleporter to the path to Mount Tolma. The Imperial forces have caught on to this last-ditch effort and are reinforcing their positions as fast as possible. Knowing that Diana has committed what little force she has to this mission, the Empire already launched a full-scale assault on all known resistance cells, including Centurion's Rest. Yeah, exactly. All faith and hope has been put into the words of a dying man. The darkness closes in, looking to smother the last glimmer of hope, just as it did so long ago before the light returned. Never expected these two to be talking. Almost every dialogue Stefan's involved in is funny, mostly because he just gets shut down at every goddamn turn. God damn it, Stefan. Why do you have to hit on everything with legs? Ouch. Bad. Oof. Oof. Ooh, that shatter sound. Ooh. You just hear a balloon deflate as his ego just dies a bit when she says that. He's a little broken. Stefan has been friend-zoned. Yikes. They went all in on that. Yikes. What are you missing to be a bandit? 6. You only need 2 strength. I'll just bump you up the line, I think. Yeah. I've got extra... I've got a roast beef of mine. That'll be enough. This way, this whole squad will be bandits, and they can finally do their job proper. Well, raiders, rather, but either way. There we go. That squad's at the peak it's gonna reach. You're still only able to be a Zweihander, but you're closer to being a knight now. What's wrong with you other louts? You're one short. I could have made another knight instead of another raider. That's fine. These guys will reach their necessary levels soon enough. What's keeping you from getting anywhere? Oh right, you're a ranger already. You're fine as you are. It fucks with me that rangers have the same model almost completely as a skirmisher on this map thing here. It's really unfortunate. How short on skill are you? We need 3. I do have enough apples of agility to make that happen. So let's make that happen. So I'm anticipating we're about to get into some serious shit here, and I'd rather have everybody at peak performance I can get. And she's been lagging behind for a while. Well, because her skill growth was kind of bad. Let's see. Other Dragon, how are you doing on becoming what I want you to be? We wanted to make him a silver. He needs 9 more strength. I don't have any type changes, so I can't fix him. I mean, yeah. I would normally do that, but I had a feeling there was going to be a point where I wasn't going to have the main character anymore. And that feeling proved to be correct, because these games also love to do that. So, trust level was already low thanks to Genre Savvy. Even with stat changing, I can't really get anybody else into a better position at this point, because I either don't have the right items, or I'm missing sunstones. Which, that, I will say, I made my own problem as far as the sunstones go, because I used so many acolytes. But they were so much more durable than the male equivalent, and they were a lot easier to get in large quantity. So that's why I made so many. Don't get me wrong, the tier 3 versions of the knights and such are probably a lot stronger. Not the knights, the centurions and such are probably a lot stronger overall. I do, but I wasn't tending to make Hospitallers or Valkyries for things that weren't cavalry. I don't think horses are going to be the holdback on that. I think... Yeah, I don't have any sunstones. Remember, it needs sunstones. They're already on horses. That's why none of these have changed. And the other horseman only has enough stats to turn into a Zweihander, which is not what I want. I want him to be a knight. But he needs a little more strength before he can be a knight. So he's kind of stuck too. That's why all these arrows are still on screen, otherwise I would have fixed them. Yeah, I'm just impatient and want them to be what they are supposed to be now. Especially since I'm kind of hampered as to how many squads I have without making just random squads. Diana, there's a magical doohickey in the middle here that'll teleport you to the mountain. We gotta find the switches to the drawbridge that can get you to the middle of the room. Yeah, I can see why. This is kind of a fuckfest. Also got all kinds of things tucked in damn corners, so it's gonna take a lot of walking around to get everything done. But I had a feeling they were gonna start pulling out stronger units, and I'm seeing more swordmasters and such, which is why I wanted to ensure everybody was in peak shape. Oh, absolutely, I'm gonna be going for all the treasure as well. Treasure I'll go out of my way for. Objectives, not as much. Yep, that's not a surprise. Because the thing is, they said he was gonna show up. So it was inevitable he was going to show up.
Repent before the righteous.
Actually, do I want Diana to hit that? It's more likely either Abigail or Stefan will wipe out the team entirely.
I love this part.
And if I wipe them out entirely, I can actually get further in. God damn it.
Time to end this.
Oh. Congratulations, you're being shot. Goodbye. See, I believe that. I absolutely believe that.
School is in session.
Where am I needed?
Head on out there, Golden Barnabas. Go do your
I
job.
can do this.
Because what this tells me is if the hand is showing up, I need to boogie. I really think it'll work out well. 'Cause it's been serving me well so far. And now that his whole squad's raiders, I think they'll hold up pretty well, even just regularly fighting. There we go. If a lot of these units wipe themselves out, I'll also have a lot more free and clear room to move.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
This is a bold move, but I think it'll work out okay. Well, actually, before I commit to that, can anybody else
Paladin never
reach his
surrenders.
position if I send him over there?
Real thirsty here.
They can reach to kill that squad. That's the important
Got
part.
all day.
Because I don't think the regular spearmen are going to be too big a problem. There's a lot of them, but they're not super strong. Yeah, if you merited him, that would be a bit of an expensive oops, but
Donar be with us.
nothing unfixable. Oh, wait, they're shattered already. Oop.
How can I help, my lord?
Yeah, I'd say bandits are... The raiders are pretty strong. Wiped out basically that whole squad in one shot.
Sorry. Did you need something?
What? You have shattered morale and you still didn't surrender? God damn. They must have had, like, super high threat on that assassin or something. Then again, these are... I guess these would be fanatics, so maybe they don't surrender at all. At least not easily. Hmm. Ow. Magic still really fucking hurts. And that's why there's an acolyte in the back there. They all bounce off of her instead of taking the healers out.
I must be brave.
Actually, do you have enough threat to force a surrender on them? Nope, no chance in hell. I'm not gonna let them have first turn since they're assassins. They'll just ruin things. We'll just get rid of that.
Repent before
You
the
go ahead and
righteous.
grab that chest on the way. Oh, hooray, more obsidian, because that's what I need more of.
We will always find a way. Stay strong, everyone.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
There we go, that's a max surrender chance. Get rid of that. I'm happier leaving that half squad there
Plan?
rather than leaving these assassins in play near jewels. No chance to make them surrender. Okay. Especially with the two Zweihanders on that team, they would have just destroyed it. Hit the poor boy. They might still attack Jules' team, but they'll survive that just fine. Actually, wait. No, they're gonna attack Stefan, because Stefan's squad has no fucking threat left because their front line's dead. So Stefan's team might be in trouble. I might have actually wanted to stand Barnabas in front of him instead. Ah well. Oh no, don't attack the dragon team. Oh no! Slaughtered. I feel like I should have split this a little differently. I probably should have sent Barnabas up with Diana. But I wanted him to go collect the chests. There we go, Stefan took care of that business just fine, though. He's gonna have to stay out of the rest of this fight, so he'll probably be on treasure duty the rest of this map. Because he is in awful shape now.
Session.
If you go get that chest,
I love this
you
part.
can grab that one.
Time to
Though,
end
cheeky thing I can do. Hey, you know you guys that are stuck in there? I'm gonna shoot you now. Hee hee. That'll make dealing with the center a lot easier.
Where am I needed? My friends are counting on me.
Go hit that switch.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
Platinum Arena token.
Got all day.
Ooh.
How can I help, my lord?
Go ahead and finish that target squad off. I think harassing these is gonna be Jules' job on this map. I'm just gonna have him pop all the damn priests that are in the center here, since those squads would hurt a lot.
Real thirsty here.
Hey, a Sunstone!
A paladin never
That
surrenders.
thing I needed so badly.
I can do this.
That's one switch done. Oh no, assassins are attacking. Dead. There's something just so satisfying about watching them wipe themselves out like that.
You got a plan?
Nice.
Oh, sorry. Did
Kind
you
of
need something?
Stefan trail along behind them and clean up the chests and such as I decided before. You can go ahead and park there, heal up the weaker of your two acolytes.
Donar be with us.
You can go ahead and just knock them out of this fight. You need the... There's a tech in the tech tree you need to get the Dragon Riders. It's one of the top tier techs. Which we may see that today.
Repent before the righteous.
No, I fully intend to make Abigail's team into Dragon Riders once we get to that point. That's what that squad was built to be from the word go, pretty much. Is considering her interest in dragon taming, I wouldn't be surprised if there are any plot character transformations. She may very well turn into a dragon rider
Stay
herself,
strong, everyone.
based on the way her plotting is going.
School is in session.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
Yeah, we're clearing through this pretty quick. I don't see this being too big a problem. So I assume the hand will be showing up very soon here. If he shows up on this section and there isn't a second half or something to this.
My friends are counting on me.
True shot bow. That sounds interesting. Diana, go ahead and get in position to start crossing the bridge once it opens, because Barnabas can open the bridge.
I love this part.
Stefan, you get on that.
Time to end.
Jules, I actually want you to go shoot that priest immediately. There we go. Now that's just a Centurion. No priests left on that team. I did put Jules at very high risk by doing that. But these guys apparently... Oh yeah, they won't move because they're guarding, so... He can sit there and pick on them all he wants. Yep, here comes problems. No more running, Diana. Show me the spirit of the paladins and face me. Now, yeah, Diana has to reach the portal, so... What I was gonna say is I could always be cheeky and just have Jules go step on the portal. As well, but I can't do that. There we go. No priests get to attack in this map. Fuck you and your priests. Yeah, I can imagine, because everything takes twice as long to kill, probably. Because you aren't any stronger, they're just stronger.
I can do this.
Because I assume you don't get higher rewards or anything on Warlord. So we'll be through the portal before he catches up. No issue there.
Where am I needed?
In fact, yeah.
We will
Jules,
always find a
finish
way.
this team off, and then we'll go ahead
Stay
and
strong,
pop through the
everyone.
portal. You know, I'll even let you have the first shot. And he still didn't surrender. Sad. Oh well.
A paladin.
Bye,
never
everybody.
surrenders.
I can absolutely see how on a higher difficulty that map would have been a nightmare. But we made the vast majority of them surrender. We got it under the turn time, and we looted everything. I am well pleased with how that played out. It's all over, Diana. Yeah, he went back to Centurion's Rest after that, huh? Okay. I assume it's gonna be a similar case to the last one. This is it. The scriptures all lead to this place, where it all began. It is not moving. Well, I can't say I'm surprised by that. Holy Donar, hear me. I have made the journey. I bring to you the voices of your followers, thousands of them. Hear us and hear our plea. We have nothing left to give. She must be so exhausted making that whole trip. Yeah, Stefan made his way back here. Diana. Diana! She might be dead. Curse all this. Are you hearing me, gods above? Can you not read my heart and soul? I'll gladly throw my bits and baubles to the ground and desire no more. I am cleansed, a new man. I will walk the path of righteousness. Why do you not grant this accursed world clemency? Why must you take her away? Could you instead cause a quake here or a flood there? Why must you see fit to let her die? Alright, Diana. Have it your way. Let's just sleep it off, eh? And here comes the followers of Xanatus. To ruin everything here at the end. There they are. The last two souls in the Resistance. End them. A storm? Now? That's not just any storm. That ain't the right color for normal lightning. Okay, that's a little much. Easy there, game. You don't need to blind everybody with that. Hi. Soldiers, attack! Yeah, that was a great idea. No, not you. It couldn't be. The prophecy's unraveling. Ah! Yep. Figured based on the color of the lightning. We've learned a new trick. Is it really? Yes. It's good to be back, Stefan. That's a hell of a portrait change, too. Diana. The mountain took her, Drac. Please step aside. Okay, the glowing yellow eyes are a little creepy. Battle living. Hello. Drac? Why do I see Drac? If I died, did I... No, you're... Not quite. You're doing pretty well, you'll find. Stefan, stand over there. Okay, sure thing. What the? Have you lost your mind, Drac? Wait, a minute. Nice trick. You should probably do it again. Drac, I have questions. Chat, please? What the fuck just happened? Have a little faith, eh? Should you really have dropped a rock on Diana like that? Doesn't seem like that was the best idea. But I'm guessing, yep, supernatural strength. As you see, I'm betting the Nephilim have to reveal themselves by nearly dying. Holy mackerel. I mean, it clearly worked. But if he was wrong, that would have ended really poorly. Especially after healing her. Just splattering her on the floor would have been unfortunate. Stefan, we have been chosen. No more running. No more hiding. The lines are drawn and the enemy has played his hand. Casimir, the Nephilim have arrived and we're coming for you. Yep, as expected, right about at the halfway point, we get our real power. Just as it was foretold by the keepers of the Historiam Magnus, the prophecy has come true. As the last hope was to be crushed, Drac, clad in the divine armor of Donar, has returned to the world. His mind is focused and his conviction is white hot. The enemy has identified themselves and made their intentions known. Drac is determined to become the subject of their nightmares. Drac declares the formation of the Nephilim army, a force with the ultimate goal of toppling the Empire of Archelius and the cultists who have brought unspeakable tyranny to Tanra. Embor. This expansive tundra is to be the first headquarters of the Nephilim army. Reports have it that its former ruler, Duke Jaromir, has gone underground with what loyalists he could recruit, and that the Imperial presence in this region is weak. If Drac can defeat the local forces, Duke Jaromir will be able to overthrow the local governor and become the first patrician of the Nephilim army. We're at the turning point, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to turn this whole situation on its head. And now we have a choice. We can... I'm assuming only one of these pairs can exist at a time. And I'd say Stefan's earned this with what he did. So we'll let those two be together. Besides, Stefan's had a hard time. He keeps getting shut down every time he tries, so I think this is only right. Joker to the end. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I would assume the vast majority of these can be pairings. It's just a matter of each of the non-player characters have their set-in-stone choices, probably. And that's part of why I was waiting, is I didn't want to cross over any of that. Yeah, I did hear that some of those are an option, and it's good that those exist. That's a good point. Yeah, this is a good pairing that'll keep him out of trouble, somewhat anyway. Good for them. I'm glad I got to keep my squad. I would have been very disappointed if it was gone. Jules himself can get merit, but he doesn't need merit at the moment. Barnabas' squad is going to change a bunch here, potentially. Now it's looking like they're all able to reach the white. There we go. That one can be a knight. Good. As long as any of them goddamn become knights, I'm happy. Bloody hell. I only have the one sunstone, but let me see if there's any in the market. Nope, of course there isn't. If in case hazard tiles start showing up a lot. I don't need a third Heartseeker. I don't have that many archer teams. I was tempted to buy this paladin. Not because I was going to use the paladin, but to turn them back down, because I think you get the... Don't you get the resource back when you downgrade a unit? Or am I stupid? I don't remember. Not that I'd buy the paladin to do that, but I might buy one of these mages and step them down to get the sunstone back. Yeah. Then I'll take this lightning mage and break him down for his sunstone. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing here. Oh, and we got all of our reserves back too, actually. So that's good. None of those were permanently lost. Promote you. I can always promote him back up if I need another mage. Because I'm not getting rid of him. I just wanted to downgrade him to take the stone from him. And I will turn Abigail's 2 frontliners into paladins. I would make them Valkyries, but if I make them Valkyries, then the dragons are gonna have a problem once they become dragon riders. I remember seeing something about the mobility being an issue. If they combine with the horsemen, they can't fly or something like that. But that'll only be an issue once I have enough room for a 3rd dragon in here to balance the numbers. This mage back here has definitely earned a merit, so I will give him the merit. Because having him along as an experiment definitely paid off better than I thought it would. You don't need to be a merited Templar just yet. You're doing just fine as you are. Maybe I should give Jules the proof of merit. That is a big jump for him, but his squad's also doing fine, so I'm gonna hang on to that for the minute. How far are you from becoming the next step up? You have enough magic, you just need to get your CP up. Okay. By the time he gets his CP high enough, we should have a Sunstone to spare to make him an actual wizard. And why aren't you bigger and better yet? You literally need 30 CP. Are you fucking kidding me? Just because that offended me, I'm just gonna fix that. It's a huge waste, and I know that, but I was upset by it. There we go. Now the whole front rank is Zweihanders and a Sword Master. I like that. This squad is terrifying. Especially now that I'm a Lord. Those are some pretty strong stats. Everybody gets a morale boost around me. Looks like the animation's still the same, which is kind of sad. Also, those legs look a little too skinny. Something about that seems off. Just compared to the rest of the armor, they seem a little too small. But we do have a bunch of arena tokens now that I've got my own squad back at the very least. I was hoping to have gotten more people back by now. We can hold off and figure that out in a minute. Because we should be able to handle taking care of Embor. After 1,000 years, the Nephilim Millennium War has resumed. Now we have new dialogue things. We'll need to make sure to trigger those. Rules, you go over there. Barnabas, over here. Diana, up with me. Abigail there, Stefan in the back. Yeah.
Donar be with us.
Drag. Diana. God damn it. I clicked it just the wrong timing. I don't know what that was supposed to say. I have proven a failed leader. Casimir is strong as ever and almost all signs of the temple are gone. You punish yourself far too much. Because of you, all hope is not lost. It is my son. I fear I will lose myself completely if I lose him. Right. Remember when you told me you would be my ally and no one I cared about would be left behind? Your son is out there, and I'll spend my last breath to help you find him. You shouldn't have to bear that burden alone anymore. You are Diana, the greatest paladin of all time, Nephilim Avatar of Might. Don't let the enemy forget that. Thank you. There we go.
Ready.
Oh, there we go. That's a bit of a different animation in combat. That's a bit of different. That's a bit different. Just fucking striking them down with holy lightning now. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
So I moved one step too far because I wanted to talk to both of them at the beginning and get that out of the way. But I'm sure I'll find another opportunity to get that dialogue in.
I must be brave.
You got a plan?
I almost feel like I should slow the animations back down for the time being, just so we get to see those properly.
School is in session.
We also now have powers. Teleport, Exemplar. Ooh. Blessing. These powers are going to be disgusting, and I like this idea. I'm going to bet that the game's going to expect me to use them as well, probably. Okay. Yeah. I am not really sure what they thought they were accomplishing. Yeah, if I actually looked at the challenge list, I'm sure I'd see something there. I'm just bemused watching them shoot all these arrows at Stefan's squad and accomplish literally nothing. Because their archers really just kind of suck. Okay, I could turn that Ranger Gold if I want to, and Stefan's squad does kind of need the help, so I might do that. Think. Oh no, you shot us. Oh no. All of these archers and absolutely nothing's getting done by any of them shooting at us. Ah, use a Nephilim power. Well, I've got to charge it first, it looks like.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
I could swear this is all just a night after far too much drink, my friend. Seeing ghosts here. What's even more amazing is you're still in one piece. Sure, except I didn't come crashing down on a lightning bolt from the sky. What gives, anyway? Didn't you feel a certain energy up on that mountain before I arrived? Yeah, it got all tingly. Can't find the words for it, believe it or not. We've recreated Donar's arrival in the modern day. Stefan, the Nephilim avatar of speed, skill, and guile. It's difficult to fathom. But we've got more practical problems right now, don't we? Righto, Drac. I've got a blade that's waiting to send some cultists to the void, and coffers ready to be filled with mountains of Imperial plunder. I will say, it is a little disappointing that these other two, having ascended to their powers, don't seem to have gotten any new abilities. They seem to have the same attacks they had before. But I guess if they gave all three of them new attacks, it would probably be a little too strong. And I suppose some could argue they were already supernaturally good at what they do to begin with.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
But that doesn't mean I don't want them to have fancy moves too. But I suppose they haven't been dead for a few years, and now coming into a whole new slew of capacities.
For my people, for my homeland.
Oh, he has revive now too. Ooh. Yeah, that just seems like so much overkill.
My friends are counting on me.
So it does feel a little bit weird to be back to fighting these weak squads again after what we just went through. Because even when we had the small team, the squads we were fighting were pretty strong. Now we've just got a bunch of kind of trashy units to plow through. So they did say the Imperial forces here were weak, so I suppose it makes sense. And they sure do have a lot of them. Sunstones.
Where am I needed?
This is gonna be a long map, though.
I must stay strong.
I ain't got all day.
Okay, I don't quite have Blessing filled yet.
I can do this.
We will always find a way.
I love this part.
Actually... Yeah, that was a bit of a bad choice. I just put Stefan on the line of fire. Oh well. He should be okay. That worked out nicely. Except for the fact that he's now vulnerable to another cavalry charge. There goes his healer, which is really unfortunate. And there's the assassin gone. God damn it, Stefan. Could you stop killing them, please? That keeps leaving you open to the next one. Okay. That one... Nope. God damn it, Stefan. You're gonna die because you killed everything. God damn it, man. He did too good a job. Though he's actually gonna somehow magically survive this, and... honestly, I'm happy, but very confused. Yeah, exactly. On the bright side, he killed 5 squads by himself. So there's that.
I must not fail.
The battle lies before me.
Let's see about fixing some of this. Bring back their healer. Heal Stefan.
Getting real thirsty here.
And at least that happened now that I have the capacity to do a moving revive instead of having to go to a temple.
Stay strong, everyone.
You got a plan?
There we go, that'll sweep that up pretty cleanly. I am gonna step away for just a second, so bear with me one moment. Okay. Was originally gonna wait to hit the restroom till after this chapter, then I realized how big this goddamn map was, and I was like, you know what, I ain't waiting that long. It's unhealthy to hold it for that long. Yes, leave that fort open for me to go stand in. That's a brilliant idea on your part, guys. Good job. You guys are already not hurting them much at all. So if you let me get in that fort, you're not moving Diana at all. Under any circumstances. Literally just feeding her experience and class points and everything. Just plinking all those arrows off her armor.
School is in session.
Time to end this.
I must be brave.
The time to act is now.
slowly bring Stefan's
Oh,
squad
sorry.
back
Did you
into
want something?
function.
Donar be with us.
Meanwhile, Diana just crushes everything in her path. Huh, one of them actually managed to reach Stefan. Not that it mattered, because their archers are pathetic.
Ready.
They can't even kill the most fragile squad I have. There we go, his squad's basically back in fighting shape.
Repent before the righteous.
I really should start handing those trait books out now that a lot of these squads are more solidified.
Bet you
Because
didn't see
I
this
wasn't
one
handing
coming.
out traits earlier because I didn't want to give a unit a trait and then get rid of them. Or have them get removed by plot or any number of things like that. Now that at the very least these squads are probably pretty settled, I'm gonna start buffing them up with traits and such. Make them really scary.
My friends are counting on me.
Not that these squads aren't already pretty horrifyingly strong, but they can get stronger. So we may as well make them stronger.
How can I help, my lord?
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
So I wouldn't be surprised if now that we're past the halfway point, the majority of the plot deaths and such are going to be done for a bit anyway. I'm sure some people are going to die before this game's over still, but it is what it is at that point. We're also going to start needing that strength.
For my people, for my homeland. I must stay strong.
Oh, I must be out of revives at this
The
point.
battle's
Oh well,
ready for me.
that's fine. The only thing Stefan's missing is his ranger, and that's not the worst thing to be missing. And this map's also basically over,
I love this part.
so I can have him just go clean up objectives and such at this point, just fine. I just didn't want him to be left out of the
Where am I
fun.
needed?
Now that I have the ability to revive, I may as well use it and all that. The reason why I didn't do it before is because at the pace the maps were moving, if somebody went to the temple and sat there and fixed all their stuff up, by the time they got done at the temple, the map would be over. So I didn't really see a point to it.
I must not fail.
You can attack up the wall. I would assume just the dragons would make it up the wall. So what we'll do is we'll move her forward and hit this one with that. And then she'll be able to get up the wall the next turn. Finish the job.
I ain't got all day.
Now you two just need to play catch up.
We will always find a way.
I had them doing that because I figured they could actually catch up in time to potentially get to do something by the end of the fight. Just gonna keep on shooting at Stefan. Okay. That's fine. Oh no, the damage you did. It has been undone. What a tragedy. I have been inconvenienced with arrows again. Look at you being smart and blocking the path. You're at least gonna save your friend from immediately getting their head bashed in. Well, that's about all you accomplished by doing that.
Getting real thirsty here.
Knock them out of the field.
A paladin never surrenders.
The time to act is now.
No, that works. I can go chase these guys off and have her hit the other one.
My friends are counting on me.
You know, I think she genuinely could make them surrender. We'll give it a shot. Bingo! And I left that archer there because the cavalry can clean that up on their way by. Not really a reason to even bother with the one archer on the wall. If they come down, they'll just be killing themselves, so... eh. Watching the healer get a free action and just fix all the damage will never stop being funny. I don't need this on anymore for the time being.
Ready.
Go ahead and kick their front door in. Ooh, a silver arena token. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
Time to end this.
And you'll note that you're getting the charge prompt when the horse archers fire as well.
School is in session.
I'll have Stefan head for the bazaar, and Barnabas will grab the sunstones. Or Jules will. One of them will reach there, hopefully. Need be, I can hold back a turn. Yeah, I've got enough time for that. So I do have enough for blessing as well. So fuck it. Barnabas, go faster.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
That's how badly I want those sunstones. I will bless him to goddamn go get them.
Be with us.
Is it a waste of my Nephilim power? Yes. Did I do it anyway? Yes. Well, on this map, what else was I gonna use it for? This map's basically over.
Bet you didn't
I
see
wanted my
this
damn
one coming.
sunstones. Though, of course, now Barnabas can just go get the bazaar, so I didn't even need to send him. I think it is literally both take and deal damage, yeah. I think just doing things. Cafe the Curious. That is another unique one, since they have an actual, like, text thing. So I'll grab them just to keep collecting the uniques. At the very least. Double experience from battle, I definitely want. Ooh, armor and squad capacity, I'll definitely take that. We've got 14 obsidian, I probably don't need to buy all of that. Don't need those. Do want another copy of bowmanship. And I definitely want this double experience. Let me go ahead and sell some of the excess things I've got that I'm not using while I'm thinking about it. Okay, I don't need 2 Grandmaster spellbooks. Or 2 Apprentice spellbooks. I'm not really going to use the Everlasting Potion, so I'll get rid of that. I am actually finally starting to run out of money again, which is a little sad. But I did need to clean out all this excess junk I'm carrying anyway. So it kind of works out. I will keep the Elegant Blade because it does give squad capacity, and I like all the squad capacity giving things. I'm gonna keep this in case I do get a second Archer squad back. Skill increase I don't actually need, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that. I could give it to Stefan's squad, but it wouldn't be a positive replacement for anything. I don't need these Donari stabs. Honestly, most of this, like, plain text stuff I should probably just get rid of. These rings I don't need anymore. Because I'm genuinely not using them. Don't need the Cloak of Cunning. Okay. Oh god, that added all that crap to his inventory, though. Instant regret. Well, the thing is, you can't repeat the arena, and I can't buy the things that are in here with money I get from the arena when I can't go get it from the arena till after the map's over. That's why I'm sitting here selling stuff to make up what I want here. Because I wanted to get the other Imperial War banner in case I have a leadership shortage again. That's all I wanted out of that, was the other banner. Now that that's done,
From my homeland.
I'll go ahead and kick their front line down. I have After all the trouble we had with gunners, I'm very satisfied watching them get obliterated.
I must not fail.
How can I help, my lord?
You didn't actually seize that, but I can have the other squad grab it. You get rid of him, so I want to clear the map before I have anybody seize the thing.
I love this part.
Because now that we're having a slight resource crunch again, I'm going to start being a little bit more cognizant of what I'm doing
Before
there.
the righteous.
Eh. Not that I thought they would take any damage. I wasn't 100% that they'd be able to just crunch all of them in time. But I should have just believed. Eh, fine.
I must stay strong.
At the rate we're starting to have money troubles, though, I guess I'll use up those arena tokens on this intermission here. I was gonna keep saving them till I had more people to train up, but eh. Embor Palace, throne room of Duke Daramir. Ah, we finally meet. The Duchy of Embor is restored thanks to... by the Avatars. You are... Drac. I take it you are Duke Jaromir? What the... Guess I look the part, huh? Donar stands before me. How can I not kneel before you? You are here, more than just a myth or a legend. This is the foremost moment of my life. Alright, let's just be people here. You have come to our world to destroy evil. There's no other possibility. Please allow me to join the ranks of your army, Holy Donar. I don't have much of an army yet, but I know there are many people out there just like you, waiting for the opportunity to strike back. It's quite the risk. The Empire is going to want your hide. My land, my resources, and my own blade are at your disposal, Holy Donar. My soldiers are the most resolute in all of Viridia. Please, give us our divine mission at once. Please don't bow to me. We're not the Empire, we're the free people of Viridia. Let's see what the famed warriors of Embar can do on the battlefield. Jebediah's Library and Laboratory. Stop. How did you get here? This is highly forbidden. Is that so? I must have gotten lost. What's a girl to do? Your father will hear of this. You cannot be here. Shut your mouth and do what you're told. What? I don't have to listen to you. You will. You do and you will. But... Look at you now. You human males are all alike. With little effort, you're putty in my hands. Aren't you, my little minion? What are you doing here, Beatrix? I wish you would leave. Oh, you love this almost as much as I do. I'm just indulging my curiosity. Here you all are all cooped up studying all this philosophy nonsense. I'd very much like to see your work. No, no one can see this. You won't even understand it. You'll ruin everything with your clumsy recklessness. Are you questioning my intellect? Wait just a minute. You're trying to provoke me now. If it's gonna be that way, I'm leaving right now if you don't show me everything. No, wait. Just watch those gems as he goes and becomes more and more of an idiot. Please do have a look around. There you go. What are these scrolls here, This is my transcription of the Historium Magnus. It is a very delicate project. Please, I beg of you, do not interrupt it or the translation will be ruined. Hi, Donar, you're doing this from memory? Always the consummate bookworm. What's this map all about? That transcription is complete. It is the locations of the 5 Nephilim shrines. If I were to retrieve the Historian Magnus again, the secrets within would... No kidding! Well, very good work here, Jebby. All good boys get rewarded, you know. Rewarded? That's right. Why don't you just look the other way while I study this map for myself? You wouldn't want to disappoint Beatrix, would you? No, of course not. Idiot. You behave yourself while I'm away, little Jeb. Farewell till we meet again. What a fucking sucker. The Nephilim army makes its home at the city of Embor. Hope is already returning to the land as news spreads of Donar's return. General Lysander, who fled the surge of Fort Eureka with those still loyal to the Viridian army, has made his move at Eastwall and has established his own resistance cell. However, a large Imperial force is closing in. Drac deploys the Nephilim army to reinforce Lysander's position immediately. Looks like we're going to be getting back some of our troops soon. There's almost no background left because both these portraits are huge. More Imperial battle armor, definitely taking that. I don't really need the Giant Thresher really much at all because the enemy doesn't deploy large squads much. And most of my squads are huge at this point. We didn't really get anything else to do on the tech tree. We definitely have some room to merit some more troops. Pardon me. We can upgrade both of these now. Hold that thought. Make you a Templar first. He still needs more CP before he can become a wizard, I think. Yeah, he's got a ways to go. Nope, still not strong enough. Also not strong enough. You could become a Templar, but they'd have to carry you around. I'd rather you be a Valkyrie. So what I'm gonna do, then, is I'm gonna turn this Acolyte over here in the back of Diana's squad into a Valkyrie, and then flip who's in what squad. we go. Now there's a nice Valkyrie in the center here. So you do actually have enough room for both of them if I wanted to have more healing for them. That is a thought. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Because that'll stabilize this unit a lot. I think that's actually a great idea. And we'll have the Valkyrie be at the back because she's tougher than the Hospitalers, so that'll work out nicely. I like that. That definitely is going to mean Barnabas' squad's going to be a lot less likely to be targeted as well, because his threat is scary high now. What can I put in your group now? I could put the fighter in here and get him started training up. Or I could give you the sorceress. The sorceress would just get destroyed by something attacking from the back. That would be a problem. And I think I'll give you the fighter to train. And you will become a Templar because this squad needs it. And same reason these two will get merits, because they need all the power they can get at the rate this is going. I was originally going to turn him into an assassin as well, but I think having one of each is actually a better choice. That should help his cause a bit. Of course, I'm probably going to rework Jaromir's squad entirely. I don't know how much I like what he's got going on there. What's his bonuses? He just has a benefit against cold. Okay. Not really sure what to do with him. I could take him and make him another cavalry unit, since he is himself a knight. And I have plenty of horses. And that would actually help a bit more, I think, than another infantry unit, because then he, Jules, and Barnabas can actually go off on their own and get things done quicker. Because just a pair is not really enough for me to be comfortable sending them straight out. Whereas 3 would be a little better to work with, I think. And we're reaching the point where I think I could actually switch Abigail's squad to have 3 dragons in it. We would lose her a paladin, which would be a bit unfortunate. Let me do some math here. Also gonna need to move Abigail back. Yeah, she can fit a 3rd dragon in there now. Which is what I want this squad to be. It's gonna just be a pile of dragons and horrifying nightmares for everyone who has to deal with it. What I'm gonna do, though, is I'm gonna flip those two. Put the little dragon in the back corner where it's safe, so it is guaranteed to survive as long as possible, so it gets trained up. You are still 5 strengths short of becoming a silver dragon. Oh yeah, and to show what I meant, see right up there, Dragon Bond. Unlock all text from associated branches to unlock. Unlocks the Dragon Rider class, the ultimate unit type, allowing us to control Dragon Flight ability to take to the skies. And I just need Hex Mastery to grab it. So the next time we get a bunch of tech, we'll be able to grab that and turn a bunch of things into Dragon Riders. Which is why you'll notice I've been focusing on grabbing all of this guaranteed, because I wanted Dragon Bond. The other top one I'm gonna want is probably gonna be Grand Army to get the capacity increase, and then it'll be Professionalism for the maxed out conscripts, in case I need to add new units in. Let's start at the bottom with the Bronze Arena and work our way up to the Platinum. I should have given Jaromir some artifacts. But I'm bringing him anyway, because he needs to start getting his act together. His party is kind of just nothing at the moment. If he wasn't a cavalry commander immediately, I would say I'll make him my magic squad. So I might do it anyway, thinking about it. Because he really has no identity. I can downgrade him to a foot soldier from his current cavalryman status, make him the front line of that team, and then fill in with mages behind him. That might be worth doing. Let's see. I'm going to prioritize bringing the people that have the lowest leadership so that they can keep getting their leadership up. And of course, Jaromir's units need to actually get some combat training. That's a damn deep voice.
I must be brave.
Getting real thirsty here.
You got a plan?
We will always find a way.
Thankfully, they don't have any cavalry to rush across with in this setup. The fact that they've got these swordmasters and such on bronze makes me really a little worried what I'm going to be fighting in platinum. So I'm definitely going to save before doing the platinum one. The bronze, I wasn't too worried about needing to save before doing it. So I probably should save before all of these just to be on the safe side.
Victory for Embor.
The only reason I'm kind of on the fence about turning this into a mage squad is I haven't really made that much use of the regular soldiers.
My friends are counting on me.
I've been using a lot of the odds and ends stuff instead. Like, I have a lot of adepts in the team. I've got dragons, of course. I've got a lot of archers, cavalry, everything except the straight mainline soldier.
School is in session.
Which isn't necessarily a problem, but it would be good to represent every unit type.
Stay strong, everyone.
Pretty good, pretty good. Weak squads like that, I was kind of hoping they'd actually wipe it out, but, you know.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
And I don't mean weak as in overall power, I just mean fragile. That's fine. Keep giving more experience to Jaromir. That's exactly what I want. I want to feed his squad as much experience as possible. So that way they can promote. But I, of course, wasn't going to just let the rest of them sit there and do nothing. So there is a certain logic to just bringing, like, Diana or something and having her sit on the base point and then just sending one guy out otherwise in these arena modes so that they just feast on the experience. It's just a matter of Diana's there in case they fall in the process, was the logic. Because the other option would be to bring an actual full team and then just have them hang around. But the enemies would keep attacking that, so it wouldn't really work that much.
Dana, give me strength. It must be done.
Yeah, they gained a decent bit just from this one fight. So he himself already starts at a pretty good level, 30. Not really sure where everybody else is level-wise on that note. Yeah, like Barnabas is actually only 25. So really, they're already at a good level. It's just a matter of their CP sucks and they spawned in with just
Time to end this.
mid-tier units rather than top ones.
I ain't got all day.
Yeah, you can go ahead and hit that. Even though they've got spears, you should be fine. After all, half of Barnabas' squad is still Cavaliers, so I do want to fix that.
You got a plan?
So actually, on that note, go ahead and hit them again. That puts them nice and close to a level. You've got 77 leadership. You don't need the leadership.
My lord.
Your leadership still kind of stinks, so you can go ahead and do it. And of course, these codexes will help a lot. There we go, some more of his guys are lighting up with being ready to promote, though I'm betting it's still more of them being ready to be Zweihanders. Yep. You have enough strength to be a knight now, that's good. Because if this whole squad becomes knights, they are going to be scary. Because they're already doing really good work as cavaliers. You have 16 space left, so you can actually add another unit. So we'll give you this horsebow with disarm. You have enough room for another unit as well, actually. So... what do I want to start getting CP for? Actually, yeah, she probably should start getting CP for a mate. I don't know, she doesn't quite have enough room. She's got a lot of room, but not enough room. The thing is, he's got a lot of capacity. No, I think I will go with my first thought of making him another cavalry unit, rather than making him mages. Question is, do I want to make him light cavalry? Instead of having 2 cavaliers, have 1 heavy cavalry, 1 light cavalry, and 1 archer. This way we have all of the above. I kind of like that idea. But he's got guys that are dark element, which would be better as cavaliers. I could flip them around, though. Hang on. I can do some juggling here. And make this all workable, I think. Lightning, I think, is better for skill. Now, Jeremir's unchangeable. That's unfortunate. I was gonna turn him into light cavalry as well to match his squad. Let me look at the affinities of Barnabas's boys here. You're Earth, Dark, Fire, Earth, Lightning. Nah, none of them are really suitable for flipping to becoming scouts. So I'll just make these guys scouts and be happy with what I'm getting. This way we can have a squad of hussars. Because, for example, the lightning guy's already at the skill he needs to become a hussar immediately. And that one's not too bad off as well, the fire one. The dark one's actually going to be the one that's going to fall a bit short, potentially. Nah, he's not that bad off for it either. Hussars are apparently pretty easy to train. Either that or these guys just happen to be statted really well. In fact, since he's got so many men in his listing here, this horsebow can go down to being a bowman and go over to being a scout and join that squad as well. Because he's got just about all the skill he needs. I actually like that idea. But he doesn't need the 2 priests in the back. Move 1 priest into the middle. And then I'm going to fill in the rest of his space with artifacts instead of having the extra unit, I think. I am just a little bit sad because I still don't have a mage squad that way. But I just don't have the right layout to make me have one that I'm happy with. Because no matter how I look at it, I'll have somebody that's out of place in the squad if I make a mage squad. Because I'll either have somebody who's purely a fighter or something like that leading a squad of mages, which just doesn't fit together. So let's turn you into a hospitaller. There we go. This way there's no issues with their pacing. You have 14 space, you can add another. But I don't really have much of anything that's suitable to add to your unit at the moment. I'd have to change somebody around to be something else. Or I can give you a second healer. At the rate you take damage, a second healer might not be a terrible idea. So here. have a second healer. That should stabilize that squad nicely, actually. I assume my squad probably doesn't have much room. Yeah. Though my artifacts suck. I need to get some better artifacts. Because my squad's been doing so well for so long, I haven't even really thought about it. I mean, it's only fitting that I take Excalibur since I've got a mixed squad. That makes sense to have. I'm also the hero, so. I could take the Imperial Battle Armor. I don't really need it. I need to give somebody the treaties on war and start getting their experience going through the roof as well. Go ahead and take the field kit. And it'd be pretty stupid if I gave myself the crescendo now, so I get an extra turn of hitting things with lightning. But that would also make Stefan even weaker, and I don't want to make him any weaker than he already is. Go ahead and take an Acolyte Mace. Better than what I had there, debatably. For just raising the stats across the board. You're fine as you are. You're fine. Fine. Fixed you recently and you. Who has units that are low level? This doesn't need experience, it needs CP. And the treatise is only on experience, yeah? Yeah, only double experience. I'm not really sure any of these parties need more experience, necessarily. Because a lot of them are in decent places for stats, they just need more CP. Actually, hang on. You can fit a unit in the middle there. You would fit in perfectly. I want to start getting her on our side so she stops costing so damn much. But I don't really have room for that. Yeah, you can go ahead and have Tarek. This way he'll start training up to be useful. Yeah, you could go back up again, but I don't want you going back up right now because I don't have the Sunstones to make that happen. I do need to grind CP for Abigail as well. Let's see how this silver arena looks. This won't be too bad. We can block these bridges pretty easily. Abigail and Jeremir will take the front. Jules will have good opportunities here, so we'll bring him. Barnabas still needs room for improvement, so I'll bring him still. Aside from the mage at the back of my line, I don't really have anybody that needs any training. Same goes for Diana's team, aside from the one swordsman. But at the same time, Stefan's team doesn't really need any more training that much either. bring Diana just to use her squad as a roadblock in case things go awry.
Where am I needed?
She's basically just gonna sit here on the base to make sure they can't slip around and cap it on
I
me.
must not fail.
Victory for Embor. School is in session.
Trial by fire. Let's see how you do. They're running into spears, which is not great, but we'll see how it plays out. Yeah, that holds up okay. The other option I could have done with Jaramir's squad is, since I don't have Sybil anymore, I could have made him the new spear squad. But I kind of did anyway, because scouts are good against other cavalry.
Master Sergeant, awaiting orders.
I'm gonna have Barnabas take up this spot so
We will
nothing
always find a
can
way.
counterattack. So remember, cavalry are powerful, as long as they can be used correctly. Just look at that power difference.
Stay strong, everyone.
Just wipe those insolent archers off the face of the map, thinking they can shoot you. Now that I fucked with their pathing, he's gonna run around back to the other side.
I ain't got all day.
You can probably force them to surrender straight up. You've got enough troops versus 4 of them. Or not. That was a greedy move on my part, I admit. But it's fine, because Barnabas can now move out of the way. You can hit him. Yeah. It'll be fine. I need to get in the habit of actually doing the attack surrenders more. Even though we've usually been getting plenty of them to begin with, I still just need to change my habit on that.
I must be brave.
Yeah, you know what? Dragons versus dragons. They've got a silver dragon, but I've got two actual full-size and one red. So, yep, there we go. And Diana's just gonna keep taking her vacation. I actually want them to go after Jaramir over there. So I'm confident his squad can survive. And it'll give him the most CP and experience he can get. Is everything will be fighting him. This way, his squad should be nice and bolstered up. And it'll give me a good benchmark for how much he can take. Yeah, as expected, he's worse for wear taking that many enemies on at once. But he's surviving very well. Probably gonna lose one unit here because of the archers. Yep. That's fine. Means that one unit's not getting as much training, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is.
You got a plan?
I'm gonna have you come around and hit the shaken one and see if you can force them down. Yeah.
Time to end this.
My friends are counting on me.
Yep, there they go too. They didn't want to fuck with the dragons. Understandable.
Command me.
Now you'll force them to surrender. And their whole team's pretty much out. I've still not really used them that much. You saw me do the one map that they were available in so far, and now I've just been in the arena since then. And these arena maps are short enough, I haven't even really charged it well enough to use them much. So I'm trying to grind Jeremir's team up a bit to make them more even with the rest of us in terms of unit type.
How can I help, my lord?
Since all of his stuff's only tier 2. Let's soften this up a bit. So I am enjoying now having 3 cavalry units to pop in and out of fights with. That's gonna hurt. Eh. The double ice mage hit was not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Now you pull out.
School is
Barnabas
in
takes his turn. I'm enjoying the hit and run mechanic a lot, as you might notice. By the way, I'm just fucking rotating units in to hit and then move, hit and then move. Then everybody gets a turn to hit the same target. Nice, there's my faction rank up. Ooh, Challenger. I like Challenger. Okay, what did that do for you guys? Doesn't look like it did a whole lot. Are either of you ready to be a knight rather than a Zweihander yet? Nope. How much are you short? You are short 2 strength, okay. And you are short 2 strength as well. I did not get any strength increases. But I am drowning in XP codexes. So I could push them up. I may as well. Okay, you wouldn't gain strength on that level. Neither would you. I think they're only going to gain strength like every other level with the affinities they have. But I unfortunately don't have a way of changing that affinity. And I don't think any of these will increase their strength. So I should probably give these guys overpower, because cavalry already crush morale pretty well to begin with. Giving them overpower would mean, since these are strength units, they would just delete the morale bar of the enemy on impact. And it would be pretty great. And I'm carrying a bunch of copies of overpower. So that's a maybe. Still, short of leveling them a bunch, it's not looking too great on me getting what I want out of that. You need your CP up still. Other than that, you're not in a bad place for getting to where you need to be. With all the CP books I have, though, I should probably just push you up to being a dragon and be done with it. And you've actually got decent skill growth, so you'll probably become a blue dragon. And then this squad will have one of each, and I'll be actually quite happy with that. You need 4 more strength to become a silver. And your earth affinity, which I keep forgetting that you are. You are going to gain 2 strength when you level, though. Yeah! Silver dragon get. Aha! There we go. This squad is getting disgusting, and I'm so happy. So now you just need to gain 8 skill and get your CP up, and you'll be a blue dragon. Let's see if I can make that happen, actually. I know I'm overfeeding these compared to my other squads, but the other squads are also doing fine. There we go. So, wait. Nope, that last level didn't actually give it a skill point. God damn it. So after all that, it's still 1 short on skill points. That's fine. It'll get there. I'm gonna boost its CP up a bit, but since it does have to do some training, I'm not gonna put it all the way up. I'll just leave it there, and then it should get enough CP by the time it gets the last skill point it needs. So that takes care of those guys getting to where they need to be. And since the silver's the strength dragon, I'm gonna leave that in the middle front because it's gonna have the highest health of the dragons. So that's all good to go, aside from just needing a little more. Who else needs a push? I still don't have the Sunstone to make that apprentice in the back of my squad into anything. Same with the one in Diana's squad. I can probably push this guy to become what he needs to. He needs 4 strength. He's earth. So maybe I can't. Maybe I can't make anything of that. Because half the time when he levels, he's not going to gain any strength. That's unfortunate. I may as well give myself a trait now that I'm probably in the form that I'm going to stay in. could always just get Challenger. Or for myself. I don't really like any of these that much. Yeah, to hell with it. I'll take Treasure Hunter, mostly because it just fits. Not because it was actually the smart, practical choice, but just because that's exactly what I would take. I'm gonna give a couple of Stefan's units Bloodlust because they're the ones who keep dying. And Bloodlust will keep them alive. You've got Arcane Speed, so you don't have room for another trait. You'll get the Bloodlust. You're also the other one who usually dies first, so that works out. Okay. There's gonna be a lot of arena fights happening, so it's gonna be a bit before anything really gets done, plot-wise. And they never even made it out to be a problem, so I'm gonna go ahead and send Stefan in so he can get his leadership up a little more too. I didn't anticipate it becoming a complete vacation.
Dana, give me strength.
You go ahead and take your attack in.
Sergeant, awaiting orders.
Yeah, go ahead and wait there, because there's a lot of enemy cavalry. We don't want them just pushing across the bridge, making a nuisance of themselves.
We will always find a way.
I love this part.
Yeah, another point on the powers thing is they give them to you really late on, since it's more than halfway through the game before you get them. So it's also a bit of an adaptation where you've got to remember that those powers exist to use them. Oh, that's annoying. They're gonna try to go around because they're gonna avoid the jam up on the bridge. I'm gonna have to move over there to go kick their ass. Yeah, the whole thing.
I ain't got all day.
Yeah.
It must be done.
We'll have them fight the exact unit type they're built to counter. Cavalry on cavalry. Put you there for safety.
You got a plan? School
actually,
is in session.
Force them to surrender, then use hit and run to move over to where I want you to be to help block them. And then you two just move through the doorway here and crush the enemies that are over here. Taste the rainbow, motherfucker.
Getting real thirsty here.
Go ahead and delete him.
Stay strong, everyone.
I know they won't get a chance to surrender, but I just want them off the board before they do anything stupid. Because the last thing I need is them getting it in their head to go running toward the base and make it a nuisance. Yep, you're gonna go for Jules and get your face shot off. They held up a lot better than I thought they would, but they are designed to fight cavalry, so it makes sense that those guys would hold up. But it also meant that Jules didn't get rid of the thing attacking. Wow, they went a lot farther than I thought they could. Well, that's upsetting. I knew I took a gamble putting him there. I did not consider just how bad that gamble was. Well, par for the course. Jules gets somehow killed periodically. Just how it goes. I think you could force this team to surrender since they're injured. You won't get the free surrender, but you should be able to clear their team out. Yep, there they go. Yeah, as long as his team doesn't get fully wiped out, I don't care that much. Take a pot shot at him out of aggravation. The one who needs to gain the experience is still alive, so it doesn't matter.
Command me. Master Sergeant, awaiting orders.
My friends are counting on
That
me.
is a big squad, but I think this will be fine either way. Besides, AoE attacks are good for big squads. There we go, there's the class mastery for the green dragon. He just has a bit of a ways to go before he can get his stats up, I think, still. Oh, target-rich environment for them to gain a bunch of experience from.
I can do this.
And that's another Silver Arena match done. Not as many surrenders, but they also wanted to be a pain in the ass, so worked out. Hulking Pavises, huh? 2 of them. I haven't gotten any of those yet. I assume they're the better version of the Tower Shield. But since they're only gray, they might not actually be any better at all. Oh, wait, no, they're green. Reduce damage from firearms. They actually kind of stink, so no. Those would have been good when we were getting dogpiled by gunners, but at this point, they kind of don't matter that much. Yeah, he could become another red dragon, but I don't want 2 reds. I want to actually have blue. Unless, do you have enough? I might be able to flip you into being a blue. No, your skill would go lower. So no. No. Yeah, you're too high a level now, so I can't affect your stats. I mean, if I turned you to Earth, I could make you into another Silver, but again, I want all three, not two of the same kind, so that's gonna have to wait. You guys happen to get strong enough yet? No, you need one more strength, upsettingly. Be still. Ditto with the other guy. Okay. Nope, you would just gain weapon and health. It's your fucking Earth element. Stupid me. I've got a pair of them in my main squads. Wyanders are really good. They hit a whole line. They sweep certain types of squads quite well. I put two of them into balance with the fact that I have the Swordmaster that hits the same target twice. I figure they'll take out all the chaff and the Swordmaster will hit whatever else twice and it works itself out. How much do you guys need before you get anything done? You just need some CP and you'll become a Hussar. I'm drowning in CP codexes, so you know what? We'll go ahead and get at least one Hussar in this team. I'm noticing there's a bunch of things you haven't tried, Evo, in this game. Was your setup just that focused? You have enough skill as well, and you only need 3 books. How many have I used so far? Ah, okay. That makes sense. I won't give him enough books to get there, but I'll push him up a bit, so he'll get sorted out in his next mission. Just fine. I don't want to overdo it on using those books. I want to keep a couple in case I absolutely have to. I didn't really want to leave anything out in terms of unit types if I could help it, because you never know when something will be useful. Also, we did get tech tree points, so I can get what I want. There we go. We'll get the archers are all light units now. Well, yeah, it's just kind of boring to just use the main squad to kill everything. There we go. We can get our first Dragon Rider immediately. Bum-ba-da. They take up way too much of the goddamn squad, though. Holy shit. What? You need to see anything else? No. Only Dragon Rider. They just need to get their CP up, and then they'll become a Dragon Rider as well. I find it kind of dumb that they have no stat requirement for Dragon Rider. You're literally just throwing somebody on the back of the thing. I think I need more of them before it'll become Sky Unit. Because right now... Actually, depends on whether dragons themselves have Sky Move or not. I can try removing it. No, it's still infantry. I can't remove all of them without making it not a plot squad anymore. Yes, I'm aware. But this was Abigail's squad to start with, and I if I'm sacrificing the movement bonus, that's fine. Well, yeah. But see, since she's squad leader, I would have to make somebody else squad leader before it would actually not disband it. That's why I'm like, it wouldn't work. Which of these two was in there? It's fine. The thing is, they can have infantry in their squad once they are all upgraded. I think it's the fact that the other ones are still regular dragons is the issue. Because remember, the... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying with that, is I just need these other ones to become Dragon Riders, and it'll be fine. Because once she gets enough capacity, I was also going to try to cram in a 4th dragon for this squad, but I'd have to move... Because I can fit 4 dragons in here, I'm pretty sure. Because it'll be 3 in the front... No, I can't fit 4 dragons, it can only be 3. Yeah, I miscounted, just bear with me. You'll hear it in a second how I realize my own stupidity. Because if you could turn units sideways, it would work. But unfortunately, you can't have a unit sitting in there sideways. Yeah, you'll also notice in the Silver Dragon Rider description, it can now take to the skies. So since none of the other dragons are technically flying even though they have wings, that's why that doesn't work yet. It's the same as how with cavalry, I could have had a walking healer if I wanted to, and it still would have worked. I've just been being stubborn and keeping them reasonably straight across the way they are. Let's see how Gold Arena goes. I haven't done one of these at all yet. This is the first gold token I've gotten. Okay, this doesn't look like it's going to be a problem at all. Just keep on training up mostly the same people, because they're the ones who still need it. So I kinda hate the sand here. It's a little bright to look at.
I must not fail.
It's a little hard on the eyes in this volume.
Victory for Embor.
How can I help, my lord?
I ain't got all day.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
Donar, give me strength. You got a plan? School is in session.
Really go straight up the wall and be
will
good to
always
go
find a
there.
way.
We could use their own walls against them as well.
I must be brave.
I love this part.
And now I am very much looking forward to having enough Dragon Riders in there. His 3-2 should work just fine, even with the Paladin in there. I just need to not have any horses in there. But by the same token, at this point, that team probably doesn't need the Paladin anymore. But I don't have any one-tile flyers, so in order to keep the unit size up, I would have to. One of these days, I'll remember to put a healer in Jules' squad. Now that he actually starting to get some decent capacity. You really came down from the wall just to shoot him. Like, I understand the priority order there. Well, yeah, I'm going to put a horse healer in there. I just need to remember to actually goddamn do it. And I keep focusing on 17 other things, so it never happens.
Real thirsty here.
Oh yeah, we actually have these other options now. I mean, there's no reason to use that, really. Then again, deal more damage. No. He also would take more damage. And with where he is, I don't fancy that idea.
Stay strong, everyone.
Now, these days, aside from these arena fights where I'm just kind of fucking around, he doesn't tend to have that much trouble anymore. Or as far as Jules goes, which is why I keep not thinking of actually putting the healer in there. Because the fact that he just hits and runs. So he's never really under threat anymore. But there's not that much room to run around in these. Actually, no, they're cavalry. Jeremy, you do bonus damage to them, so you do this. You know, if you didn't just miss everything. God damn it. Why must you disappoint me so?
I ain't got all day.
I have you go mop the wall so they stop shooting down at us and making a nuisance of themselves.
My friends are counting on me.
The AI's fixation with attacking even when they've got like 2 guys left in a squad just amuses me to no end. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, right, those are Centurions. Those are really bad. I thought that was only a Sentinel and some random units. They actually had some serious units in that one. Ooh, boy. We found the bad parts. We found the bad parts. Oh, boy. They got some real units in some of these squads. I mean, yeah, that makes more sense than attacking the thing that'll kill you next to you. I understand that. But, he's still next to you. Just as next to you as he was a moment ago. Okay, Jules, I want you to...
How can
I keep forgetting they can't shoot at that angle to hit what I want. I'm hoping he'll hit some of the weaker stuff in the back, and then I'll pull him back out. Yeah, that'll help clean that up a bit. Yeah, I got so used to how weak the other arenas were, so since this was my first gold, surprise, nasty shit.
You got a plan?
Especially with the way the rest of these squads were mostly the stuff I'm used to seeing, and then suddenly a Sentinel and 2 Centurions. Are you kidding me? Thank you. Please go kill him. For fuck's sake. While I wouldn't have minded making it surrender, it still would have been very annoying. Go scare him. I'm gonna have you move over here. Force them out. And I'll have Stefan's team take care of the scary heavy armor team over there.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
Because he's got piles of armor piercing, so even if they survive the magic, they'll just die. So that problem's been taken care of. I'm kind of worried what this last team's gonna be now. Okay, they're super tanky, but they don't actually have much going on for damage, so that's not actually that scary. I am annoyed, however, that the only dragon they killed is the one I was trying to get enough to be a dragon rider. Because this game be rude. Thank you for the healing opportunity? No, shenanigans like that are why I make sure to save before I do any of these arenas. Because you never know when something's gonna go wrong. Just suddenly, everything just goes to shit.
Victory for Embor.
If you go ahead and claim that one too, because you guys still need the training. And you can also just keep going, which works out.
I must not fail.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
We will always find a way.
Actually, you can go up and over the wall. What am I
Stay
doing?
strong, everyone.
That'll be quicker. Now, I'm a little worried about this, but I think I have a good plan for dealing with that. And it's going to involve having Stefan go first so he can cut down those mages before they cast all kinds of nasty things.
I love this part.
It does mean this is going to take longer.
Time to end this. How can I help, my lord?
Jules can also cheese this a little bit with his even weakened squad, just kind of firing arrows into the mix. So, since he can't attack you, go ahead and go aggressive, so you'll hopefully target the mages and the healers. Beautiful. I'm happy enough getting rid of one mage that way. Everything I get rid of out of that squad will make this less painful.
I must be brave.
I got a bloody nose now, so I'm gonna take this one safe.
Donar, give me strength. Master Sergeant, awaiting orders.
Because I could hurl Barnabas in, and he'd probably do some good work. But the fact that there's a pair of sentinels up there to do spear damage to his cavalry, and the fact that he probably wouldn't crack all of them so the mages would hit him, not something I want to deal with right now.
Getting real thirsty here.
Actually, no. Have
He will
Jules
always
fire
find a way.
first. Still on aggressive. There we go. That should be a lot more straightforward to clear out now.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't make people want to play something. Abigail can have it again. So I want to keep raising her capacity. So, I suppose she's kind of done as far as capacity goes now that she has her 3 dragons. Picks one half dozen the other. That's all I get for that? Okay. I see. I see how it is, video game. I don't suppose you guys got strong enough now? Eh? Still need one more. Cause y'all just gotta keep disappointing me because you're goddamn Earth boys. How about you? Are you good enough yet? Nope, you still didn't get the 1 level you need. Ah. And I don't think we got any... No, we didn't get any speed things still. God damn it. And we do have plenty of merit things. Well, no, we don't have plenty. We have 4. I could make them a Valkyrie. Nah. We'll go all the way down to... Actually, no, because making them a Hospitaller wouldn't actually be any better. Well, yeah, we'll go and make you a Valkyrie. And what we'll do is we'll put the Valkyrie over here. Because it'll make more sense in this unit, and put the Hospitaller over in Jules's unit. Because they still count as light cavalry, so that's good. You do not have enough room for this unit, do you? No. I trade that over for an Imperial War Banner. Then the math might work. Nope. Because they've got 11 and they need, I think, 13. When you get merit, do you gain more leadership? You do not. Okay, that's useless too. Good to know. Well, piss. Because I kind of don't want to remove this horse archer that's training, but he also kind of needs the healer. I'll just make sure to get him the next leadership boost as certainly as I can. I will go ahead, though, and make Abigail gold, I think? Give her better healing? Well, actually, I suppose that's the question. Does her healing actually get any better from that? And I would have to assume yes, because I assume magic scales healing. In worst case, it still gives her more health and makes her more likely to survive. Yeah, probably a good idea. Not that she's been under threat that much since she's surrounded by dragons. Yeah. That's the thing. Anytime healing goes off, it's usually worked out fine. It's people dying before the healing has a chance to happen is really what ends up being a problem. Oh, let's see how bad Platinum Arena is. Yeah. Unfortunately, with the dragons shaping, I don't have a middle for them to hide in. That is as middle as they get. Okay, that's a really durable squad, but doesn't do a whole lot. That one's a bit scary. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So we're gonna have to bring the full power here. We're not training on this one. Training day is canceled. Holy shit. Actually, I'm going to bring Jules' squad, mostly so I have an extra option to soften this up if I need to. Because this squad's concerning. And most of their back ranks are protected. So Stefan won't have that good a time in this area anyway. Those are warbows. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. This is gonna be nasty.
The battle lies before me.
I'm gonna have to play this one somewhat smart
Paladin never surrenders.
compared to how I've been playing these.
I can do this.
But Barnabas can run straight up the wall and take care of the warbow problem. That
Stay
should be
strong,
fine.
everyone.
This is plat. This is plat. This is gonna be nasty. Yeah, I only had 1 gold, 1 platinum token, so... They really went up into... Oh, okay. Okay, that makes more sense. I was about to say, they really went up into melee range to shoot. Then I realized who they were shooting at. Uh-oh. I forgot just how far warbows can reach. Ow. Mostly because this is my first encounter with warbows.
You got a plan?
And can I just say, I already dislike them. As anyone would expect. Now, I've already checked the compositions of these teams. I've already seen that all of these teams are awful. They are all full of nasty, terrible things that I hate.
The time to act is now.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna end well. Though their highest is like a 14 over here, it looks like. And a lot of mine are 13s and 16s and such, so... I don't have anybody under 10 in this team. I left all my under 10s behind because I knew these were gonna be ugly. Who did I pick?
I must not fail.
You can actually reach over the wall with the dragons and hit that, so... Yeah, no, that's why I was saying training day was cancelled. Training's all well and good up until, well, plat. Gold is iffy, it looks like, from that last one went.
Time to end this.
Okay, you should be safe enough to attack them now. In fact, I'm gonna put you on aggressive so you don't waste your time shooting that spearman. And no, the spearman's actually weaker than them now, so it's a crapshoot. Yeah, I have that on Barnabas. The thing is, with the way this map laid out, Barnabas had a good opportunity to just go up the wall after the other warbow, so it made more sense for him to go after it. And I only had the one kit, so... I did, however, fuck up by not moving Barnabas, so I can't actually get at that. Wait, no, I can cheat. It's fine. Because I have mages and they can reach over the wall, I can still force surrender over walls. Haha! Fuck you, game mechanics. I have ways around you.
Gunnar be with us.
And that's another reason why I have mages in a lot of my teams, is so that I have at least a way to touch the archers that are up on the walls being a pain in my ass. You know, look at you having warbows just randomly in the middle of squads, too. Yep, you're gonna back up and shoot at me out of my range, because you're a pain in the ass. Fuck you, you little coward. Okay. How do I want to handle this? Because these are no good.
How can I help, my lord?
School is in session.
Barnabas, you need to come back down off that wall.
We will
Jules,
always
you need
find
to
a
go
way.
up on the wall. I don't like the way any of this looks right now.
I must be brave.
No matter who attacks what, bad things are gonna happen to somebody. But we need to keep away from this lot that's coming around this bend for the time being, at the very least, so we can clear these two. I'm gonna have to double down on the same one, probably. It'll probably be this one, because it's the less threatening of the two. But by the same... No, actually, reverse that. Hit the threatening one
my people.
first. Hopefully
For my
crush their
homeland.
ability to attack us. Yeah, there we go. Neutralized that better than I thought I was going to. I really expected those guys up front to survive better than that. Five hit points in a dream. God damn it.
Repent before the righteous.
No, not heal. Hack this guy. Interesting targeting on that one. But at least the damage in that team is mostly gone. Okay. It's the noisy cricket she has. Our threats are comparable for the most part, so she'll get prioritized over me in most situations. And I gave her that mostly because her squad can take on basically anything and come out the other side fine for the most part. Which is also why she's got plebs in the back of her squad training. Okay. What to do about these guys? Because I need to get rid of them now or they're going to push onto my base and be a huge issue.
Where am I needed?
I must stay strong. The battle lies before me.
Step here and heal Paladin.
Stay strong, everyone.
You can hop up onto that hill, shoot him, and move back. You'll only be a threat from the Dragoons, who are probably gonna hunt him down and shoot him. Either that or I put him in the fort. And have him shoot from there and pray that keeps him alive. Probably his best bet at being able to do anything here. Okay, got the stunner out of there. That's the main one I wanted gone. I can also just move him over here, and once I move forward to finish this off, the rest of these should only hit the ones moved up.
Master Sergeant, awaiting
Should be
orders.
okay. You'll have charge on that, which will give them shock. But the ones you shocked are dead. It's amazing how much better these fights go when I actually put a little bit of thought in them. Who would have thought? I'm gonna have you move nowhere. Stay there.
My friends are counting on me.
You go ahead and finish this off to get it out of the way so he doesn't attack anybody. How much did I charge? I have Exemplar. Don't really need Exemplar at the moment that badly. Actually, you know what? It'll be funny. I'm gonna put it on Abigail's squad and have everybody charge the dragons that take half damage. That'll be fun. Go ahead, enjoy that, boys. Have fun. Ting, 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 ting. Wow, even at half damage, they're doing a lot to that. That's a problem. But it's okay, basically all the health got restored. But all their health got restored too, because this is just a goddamn nightmare of a team to fight. 3 paladins, 2 healers, 3 acolytes. Ew. Just gotta hope these don't do too much damage. Okay, they spread their shots out. But so did we, which is not ideal. But, thankfully gunners only shoot once. So that's not too bad. And now they'll waste their turn because they can't attack her. They'll shoot, which is just gonna let me heal. And all of that sorts itself out. That power was thankfully quite useful.
A paladin never surrenders.
Very low when they surrendered anyway. I would too. Diana's team is scary. I'm gonna use my lightning and everything to get rid of these gunners. Yeah. Because if a lower damage squad tried to hit that, they probably would have just gotten gunned down for their efforts, and it would not have been any good for anybody.
I can do this.
You can reach up there to get rid of them, so do so. Just so that one stupid warbow stops running around and shooting at us and being a huge pain in the ass. This might work out. I might be doing something just as stupid as the AI for a moment here, but I'm hoping they'll hit the right things to finish some of these targets off. You killed one. Okay. Good enough. And you weakened them, so... eh. I was worried that they weren't going to do enough damage to kill anything. There we go. No more paladins, which means this just cracks like an egg. Okay, that's no longer a problem. A pair of acolytes will do nothing. So Although I probably shouldn't have rode past them. It'll be fine. 'Cause they're gonna move that way. Or, no, they're gonna go attack Diana and die. Okay. I really thought they were gonna just take off and start heading for the base.
How can I help, my lord?
Okay, now this nasty bit of business over here, we are just going to shoot the shit out of initially.
Donar be with us.
For my people. For
Is
my
that
homeland.
whole thing just looks disgusting. I am not a fan of what that team looks like.
I must be brave.
School is in session.
Oh yeah, just getting a little stuck.
We will always find a way.
You may as well be on aggressive because they can't attack you back.
Repent before the righteous.
This is also a good opportunity for Jules to get a bunch of training in. How's my turn time looking? I got plenty of turns,
strong,
so we can
everyone.
sit here and have Jules shoot a few times. Nice. That's a lot of power out of that team.
Where am I needed?
The battle lies before me.
My friends are counting on me.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
Time to end this.
That's a lot of free actions. Nice. Now anybody can sweep that up and be fine. I do still want Jules to get
How can
the
I help, my lord?
leadership bonus from grabbing the point, though. Who do I want to get the kill? The funny thing is, I actually have the second lowest threat ranking of the squads here. But I do want to keep training Abigail's dragons. Especially since one of them missed the last fight. I should have hit Forced Surrender. I don't care that much. It's okay.
We will always find a way.
And there we go. Platinum Arena done. Two proofs of merit. Boots of Tyranny, huh? Interesting. Well, to be fair, I probably went into that a lot more carefully than you did, and I also brought the best stuff I had instead of bringing trainees. Silver Dragon Rider. And there's still infantry because it probably needs to be better than a 50-50. You still need one more skill, you little bastard. The worst part is I could probably have made him a Red Dragon Rider by now. But I'm being stubborn. What do I want to do with you? I never really did fully think through what I was going to do with this fighter when he leveled. I just kind of was getting him trained up because he had a spot. We'll go and make you a soldier. I might make him a champion because I don't have one of those yet. Because he has enough strength for it once he gets his CP up. You can't become a mage proper yet because I don't have things for it. I don't have the Sunstone, otherwise you'd be able to... But no, you wouldn't have enough strength for a Valkyrie. It's trying to turn you into a Templar. You guys did not get what you need still. Of course you didn't. We're all useless. Fucking useless. At the very least, with Jules' squad, now that we've got some more proofs of merit, I'm gonna make the other front one gold, and I will make Jules himself gold. When we have some more extra ones, I'll raise the rest of his squad up. The front one got that treatment because he has to be the right type. Yeah. That would be the smarter thing to do. I'm just not bothering. But we have a lot of money now. A lot of money. I could just hire some Valkyries. And since I now have groups with much more space in them, it really doesn't matter as much. Well, that's how RNG works, unfortunately. Oh, you spent all your money. That's a whole different problem. Yeah, Barnabas's unit has enough room, so I'll just go ahead and flip a new Valkyrie in there. There we go. Now he's got 2 Valkyries. Okay. There we go. The symmetry was bothering me. There we go. Now it's nice and even. I mean, his Cavaliers might still die. The Knights have no business dying with 2 Valkyries keeping the squad healed. There's no way in hell they should die unless I do something supremely boneheaded with them. Actually, durability-wise... 60 armor, 342 health. Yeah. The Valkyrie should actually be in front in this team. As important as the healer's a lot tankier than the rest of the team. I don't think anybody else has gained enough space to add more units yet, have they? Yeah, you gained a little bit of leadership, but not enough to fit the Hospitaller in. Oh wait, no, you can fit it now. Excellent. There we go. Now that should solve a lot of his problems, at least in archer duels. At least till his Hospitaller gets shot in the face. Now, having done all of those arena fights and all that bookkeeping, now we'll save and go deploy for Chapter 19. I was tempted to save some of those arena fights for now that we're going to have everybody back on our team. Lysander, their numbers are far too much for us to survive. We worked too hard taking over Eastwall to lose it now. There is always a way. Yeah, that way is we cheat and I suddenly bring in another force, which I wish I had when I was in a similar position. Because honestly, bringing in my army to hit the sides of this while they're in here really almost feels unfair to the other side now. If I was bothering to make gunners, I'd go for that Pyrosite, but I will still go over there for the Bazaar. Because I've got money to burn right now. And by the time I'm done with that Bazaar, I probably won't have money anymore.
The time to act is now.
But we are going to need to clear some of this out fast, otherwise things are going to get ugly in there for them. Because if this all piled in, it would be a horror show.
It must be done.
And I'm a little concerned about the square of assassins over here.
A paladin never.
That's a whole thing.
I must not fail.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
Which is
Stay
exactly
strong,
why Diana's group's the one going that way. Okay, I have control of you guys.
Await your command.
Arima, get on the wall. Sybil, block the front door.
Swift as wind, strike like fire.
You hang loose. Oh, actually, I should have swapped Lysander and Raskuja's positions, basically. Have Raskuja hang out in here until the fighting actually really starts.
The army is ready.
But it's okay, Lysander can stand here and block that path. I do appreciate that they give back control of our people for this. They don't make them allies until we fucking save them or anything. That way the AI doesn't do anything hilariously boneheaded and ruin everything. And now we watch as these squads wipe themselves out. They're all gonna charge the unit that has bonus damage against their fellow cavalry, and has just as durable a pair of units at the front as heavy cavalry would. So, I don't know what they think they're gonna accomplish here. I know the numbers match up, but it's still just comedic to me how they just rush in. If they keep wiping themselves out this quickly, I'll just be able to rotate it toward the assassins immediately. And leave just, like, Barnabas to go up top or something. Because with how tanky his squad is now, he should be okay just running off on his own if I really need to reach something. Ding, 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 ding. They can't even hurt them. Ding, ding, ding. So really, Barnabas and the Valkyries probably should be at the front of that squad, but I kind of like having them in the middle as, like, the command line. Oh no, you stabbed a soldier. Oh no. Thud. Come on. Plenty of room. Come on, everybody up here. Everybody in the pool. It's still really weird to me how she'll attack things in melee when her archers are all shooting, even though she has that bow on her back.
You got a plan?
Like, I have to assume it's a weird animation in priority issue where
Time to end this.
it's not choosing the correct animation. But I just find it hilarious either way. And that is a sign of how much I do not like assassins. I don't care about making them surrender. I will just detonate them and move on with my life. Want nothing to do with them if I can help it with most of these squads. And it's all because of the amount of problems assassins caused me when we first had to fight Kuroda back in Chapter 7. There's just a lot of spite built up toward that class. Yeah, because all of this can be forced out. So, force you out. Have you start heading that way. Barnabas will do the same.
Session.
Ready.
Go. I'm gonna go ahead and go take New Grodel.
I must be brave.
Yeah. I'm not as impressed with them as I felt like I should be, but I also don't have a lot of them. I've only got the one in Stefan's team, and I feel like that's not
love this
where he
part.
needs to be. He's underperforming there, kind of. I think if I just made his whole group assassins, it probably would show their ability a bit better.
Sayuna will never die. I'm just getting started.
I'm just kind of accomplishing the same thing with archers and mages that I would with assassins at this point, is why I kind of stopped worrying about assassins as much. Because I found assassins just a lot harder to train.
Raskuja can sensing prey.
But again, that's mostly because of how I've been setting up my squads. So I'm probably going to rotate the ranger Stefan has into Raskuja's team and give Stefan back another assassin once they're trained and ready to be that.
Battle formations.
Okay, I don't need to block that anymore. So you can head on down here. Yeah, you know, Diana's just got a nice even 500 health. Nothing to worry about there. I assume it probably has some effect on stats to a degree. but I've never had morale go down enough to matter. Like, things would have to be going really piss poorly for my morale to be sinking, I think.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
And I assume even then it's not really... Yeah,
Victory
even then it's
for
not a
Umbrella.
problem. Because they're all still alive after the last fight, I don't anticipate them getting rid of these that easily. There we go. Now that's dealt with. I'll move you over there to seize that next turn.
Getting real
Stefan can
thirsty here.
over to the gems. I'm showing these enemies absolutely no respect at this point. Is the regular enemies just aren't that dangerous anymore. It's only when they start breaking out the real serious teams that it's a problem. That Dragon Rider is ready to be gold, and I'm here
How can
for
I
it.
help, my lord?
I am absolutely here for it. Don't get me wrong, these guys are starting to get tougher because they're breaking out full sets of tier 3s in some groups. But they have to actually bring out more of those full sets before I'm gonna feel threatened again, I think.
For my people.
Considering that's the only way the arenas felt threatening was when they brought shed loads of tier 3s out. And squads that actually made, you know, a little more sense instead of just a hodgepodge of crap.
Repent before the righteous.
Here comes
Go ahead and go
Sybil,
grab
ready
that
or
staple,
not.
Sybil.
Time to even the odds.
If they survive, we'll make them surrender. They didn't. And I was debating hiring those couple samurai we saw, just so I could add them to Narima's team when we got them back. But I couldn't be 100% sure we were gonna get Narima back in particular. For all I knew, we weren't getting all of our squads back. So, I didn't bother spending the money on it.
I ain't got all day.
Tanar, give me strength. Must be done.
It's a pity they can't move after seizing something with hit and run. But I guess that would be ridiculously
He will
good.
always find a way.
And thus not allowed.
I must stay strong.
They'll notice this one for sure.
Considering there ain't that much game left, I doubt they're gonna give us that much power. Remember, plot-wise, we're also kind of always on the back foot, so really, it wouldn't make plot sense for us to be able to buy everything and anything we could have or desire for.
Telling me who to kill.
Yeah. I mean, I'll see soon, because you stopped at 20 and I'm about to hit chapter 20. Also, this is an interesting move, just making a line of ducks for me to knock over.
Stay strong, everyone.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize whether you picked it back up after you commented on it earlier or not.
I must not fail.
Let's see what's in this bazaar. You are way too expensive for just being a Templar who would be a good captain. What does Hubris do again? Okay. Since that's strength-based, that's fucking useless. That's a no. It kind of sucks that you're a prodigy at this stage of the game, because, you know, you're already a samurai. You ain't getting any better, my dude. But you're a cheap samurai, so I'll buy you anyway. Do I want more sword masters after I did all that work to make the 2 I have? Not really. Ooh, front row takes 25% less damage? Yes. That's a lot of max HP and some magic, so I'll take that. And that. And I'll buy the Sunstone, of course. The arena token. I don't need another blood staff. I'm not using all the banners I have. Yeah, I think I'm good. This was pretty good. This was pretty good. Nothing amazing, but some good stuff in there. For sake of taking the objectives, I'll take that. And I'll have him grab the Pyrosite even though I'm not using gunners.
Time to end this.
Mostly just because I feel like by the time I get gunners properly set up, it'll be too late, kind of. And Lysander's already got a squad of gunners that are doing well enough.
The battle lies before me.
Yeah, you're not gonna surrender, but you will in a minute. Go ahead. Come at me. Give up. Yeah.
I'm just getting started.
Like, I'm sure gunners are really strong when they're used properly. And Lysander's gunners do a good job when I actually put them in a position to do something. But I feel like cannons would be better. So if I'm going to do anything with guns, I'll probably get Lysander set up with some cannons.
A paladin never surrenders.
And just have some real poetic justice happen with the cannons toward the end. Specifically, take Casimir's head off with a cannonball. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's what I figured, is cannons are gunners but bigger and better. And heavy infantry really haven't been a problem for me. Like, heavy infantry really just dies just like anybody else as long as you hit them hard enough. It's again the problem of you gain access to mages easier, and they kind of do the same job just as well. Except they hit multiple targets almost every time. So pound for pound, I can't help but feel that they might be better. Because you get apprentice training super early. Whereas you only unlock gunners, I think, in, like, what, tier 2 or tier 3? I don't think I've even unlocked gunners, now that I think about it. I think I haven't grabbed that tech yet. Because I was too focused on going up the left side to get the dragons earliest as I could. That makes sense, yeah. When enemies are a lot more durable, their armor matters more. So piercing that armor matters more. I've also been fortunate in getting a bunch of steel shatterers and such. You know, those armor-piercing weapons. Which has helped my cause a bit. And of course, there's also the trait that gives any critical hits punch through all of armor and things like that, too. Well, yeah, Dragoons have the advantage of being able to move enough that they don't just get run over the second they take their shot. Same reason that the Horse Archers are playing better for me than the regular Archers. So, given what the Warbows did to me, I can see a case for Warbows being better in some situations. And that's kind of what I will say in a positive sense for this game, is every unit feels like it has its place. And if you actually work with it, every unit can be good. It's just a matter of whether your setup works with it, and if you want to take the time to figure out what to actually do with it. Nothing feels, like, abjectly terrible. Yeah.
I love this part.
How can I help, my lord?
I must be brave.
Don't get me wrong, getting these dragons set up wasn't easy either. But it didn't require as much in the way of resources, debatably.
Sayuna will never die.
Mm-hmm. Is your resources are a little RNG dependent depending on what you get in the markets. Because there's only so much to go around from the mines and such.
Donar be with us.
I could have probably forced these guys to surrender, but I didn't want to give them a shot. Even though I'm pretty sure Diana's team could have taken the shot and been fine, I would rather not.
We will always find a way.
Let's see. Yeah, I can imagine. That's why there's all kinds of guideposts and such on how to maximum bullshit the arena to get the most experience and such, which is usually sit there and tank a bunch of arrows from the archers for an hour or two.
The army is ready.
There is a chest over there that I didn't get yet, and I only just now spotted it.
Ready or not.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You never know what's gonna happen next. Oh no, they got shot again. Are they gonna still tank more arrows? Oh no.
School is
Maybe they'll die to this arrow. Nope. This arrow? Nope.
victory for Embor.
Like, for my purposes, I don't think I would have ever needed to do that, and that's primarily because I'm not spreading myself that thin by making extra squads. But if somebody's making, like, a huge army, I can see some benefits to doing it that way just to make sure they all get somewhere. And of course, on Warlord, I can imagine the enemies being tough enough that in some places you might want to do that too. Just because it would be beneficial on the whole. Sorry, just all go after the Lysander squad because you'll survive fighting him. You'll take his squad apart, but that's fine.
Now we can grab that chest.
They'll notice this one for sure.
Since they tucked it in the damn corner down here. Okay, it was just another proof of merit. Which I do want more of, so that's fine that I got that. It's just not as exciting as I was hoping it was gonna be. I don't think you'll kill them, but I'm gonna give you a chance to do it. There we go. The free action saved it.
Donar, guide my attack.
You've been out of the game for a bit. You need a chance to get up as well. Of course, more dangerous letting the gunners get a free shot, but I was pretty sure the samurais would survive. And if they didn't, it would have been fine anyway. That's a long list of surrenders. Considering the vast majority of their army took themselves out. Eastwall Fortress, Inner Keep. You all survive. And you as well, which begs the question, how? Someone or something greater than us all saw fit to change things in a big way. Perhaps one day I'll have a better explanation than that. This is the Nephilim army. Everyone in this room and everyone who travels with us. This army's purpose is to dismantle Casimir's empire. If you don't wish to go with me, I won't hold it against you. Doesn't look like anybody's moving. Raskuja has not yet fulfilled his contract to slay all enemies of Drak. He will remain. Those bastards destroyed my life's goal. I'm gonna make them pay one way or the other. There's no other path to justice for this world. I stand with you, Drak. Of course it is. I think the people have spoken. The old crew's back together and for good this time, yeah? All I've had are friends. And now I consider all of you family. None of you are allowed to die. Drak, please follow me to the rooftop. Before you reinforced us, we captured a luxury airship that was parked here. Airship? Ooh. We can attack them from the sky. Now, before I read further, can I just say that I really don't know what else I was expecting, but I'm a bit disappointed in this luxury airship. Incredible. And it's ours to use as we see fit. It will take some time to refit it for battle, but with it, we can airdrop troops deep behind enemy lines. Exactly. It's luxury by their standards, I'm sure. I've never seen one with my own eyes. Most haven't. We haven't flown these things for over 100 years. One would have to be wealthy beyond imagination to own one. And there you go, having one at all is a luxury. Well, see, the thing is, with the way this game's been playing out, I fully expected, like, a Final Fantasy-style airship with the propellers and everything. And then I was immediately disappointed that it was literally just a blimp. A blimp with a goddamn boat underneath it. I have to admit something to you. I am afraid of you outgrowing me. Outgrowing our cause. I do have a history of changing loyalties. It's not that. I don't need loyalty from others. Not to me, anyway. It seems to be that you've become an icon of hope in the people's eyes. As you are the icon, I would best serve the people as your right hand, if you would have me as such. That's a relief. We'll build a new world together, Lysander. Yeah, you know. It comes as a cost of doing business. Hands full of splinters all the time. Ever since Diana and Drac first met, the Nephilim prophecies went largely unexplored. Now, the return of the Nephilim avatars have made it clear that the prophecy cannot be ignored. The Historium Magnus is stolen from the vaults in Embor Palace. Scout reports track the thief to Karnak Mountain. Why the hell did you leave it in a vault? You goddamn morons, have you learned nothing? Inevitably, the Drac is not the only one interested in retrieving the book. All that work to do all of this, and you leave the fucking thing in a bin somewhere. Fucking yike. Oh, here we go again. See, it's wiser to acknowledge that you don't know things than to be like, oh yeah, I know everything. Yeah. Because that's the other thing, is I'm betting even with the kind of primitive firearms they have, enough people point a gun up in the air, they can knock an airship down by putting enough holes in it. Well, yeah, they were all told that you were a horrible bastard. Yeah, it's kind of hard to argue with magic being all around you when people are getting blown up and people are coming back from the dead, flying around and throwing lightning from their hands. I mean, unfortunately, indoctrination is very effective. Therein lies the rub. You can't match evil with evil and expect it to get any better. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see how this plays out. Uh-huh, exactly. Of course, you know, walk back to base when they were clearly standing in a throne room the entire time. Boy. The writing sometimes is a whole other thing. Oh, another sentinel. Let's see how different this looks when it's proof of merited. Okay, it just changes the armor. That's mildly disappointing, but worth it. Because these don't have any other paths to take anyway. You're still missing 1 point of skill. God damn you. And I still can't give him another level because nobody's gotten past 30 yet. That's not going to be helpful, right? Yeah, that's barrier equal to magic. So I've got no way to make him any faster still. Frustrating. If I wasn't committed to making one of each dragon, this would have been done already. I have one of each of these at this point, I think, so... Which one do I want? I don't know. I'll come back to that in a minute. Actually, do I have a lightning mage? Yeah, I have one somewhere. I think that's the one Stefan has, isn't it? No, he has an ice mage. I have a fire mage. Do I not have a lightning mage at all yet? Well, that makes it simple then. Yeah. Most of my healers are in good positions to avoid it in the first place, but it absolutely makes sense that you'd want that to avoid that issue. I might actually give it to these mages I have in the back of these two groups, so that they're protected from that same problem. Then again, Stefan's healers are exposed, as are Diana's, but they tend to hit the very back first. I don't know. Food for thought. You guys can all become samurai now. Well, one of you can become a samurai, the other one's a joke. Actually, you can be a gold at this point, so I'll go ahead and move that like that. You do not have room for the samurai I bought for you, because your leadership still sucks. How bad off are you relative to what you need? You need 4. That's not really happening then, with any real capacity. Because that would just make your strength worse. That's the one thing I've been having trouble getting any of. I've not gotten any more affinity changes from the early parts of the game on. I got a few early on, and then never again. Hang on. 39 skill. Right, you only can't become an assassin because you're the wrong goddamn type. Skirmishers don't become assassins. Let's step you back and see what you need. Get there. You would need 11 skill to get there. And you're Earth, so that's not happening for you. Got 69 skill now. I think fire gets extra skill, doesn't it? No, fire doesn't get any extra skill at all. It's only in lightning and... Yeah, lightning's the only one that actually gets extra skill. There's just some that are worse at skill. Were any of you lightning? I think it was just a bunch of earth guys and a fire. Yeah, and a dark. None of which were really well suited to being rangers or assassins at all. You were fire, you were water. I might be better off just fresh training another goddamn guy to become the other assassin for Stefan's team then. Still, at least Raskuja's team's getting somewhere. Ah, good, these are all ready to upgrade. Oh, never mind, they're ready to upgrade the goddamn Rangers, which is not what I want out of them. God damn it. You're a Hussar. You can only be a Ranger still, as can you. Still progress. Not the progress I was hoping for, but it's still progress. How about you? Are you finally ready? Nope. How about you? Nope. Sad. Still, at least these squads are taking shape. Question becomes, do I actually want to have Lysander's frontline be samurai? Because otherwise I'll probably swap the samurai that's in his team out, give it to Narima to finish out her having samurai, and then figure out what I want to do with Lysander's team. Because I think I just put that in there because he had the capacity to fit it, and he was gonna get his loyalty better for me. Yeah, he's at least down to non-committal now. Which I think is enough for that swap to work, so let's see if that'll happen. Yes, that does work. Okay. So her squad's sorted out till I have room for another samurai. I don't need to do anything else to make her team better. It's still the shittiest squad I've got. I could, but it would take a lot of banners. Because she's only got 5 extra capacity right now. So it would take, what, 3 banners for her to fit another unit in there? So she'd have no bonuses at all. I don't think that would actually be that much stronger. I mean, I can swap it and take a look. I'm also not sure I actually have 3 banners to spare. No, I've only got 2 banners at all. So I wouldn't have enough banners to fix that. Though she does desperately need better artifacts as well. Actually, the Giant Threshers work for her since her squad's smaller than everybody else's. Yeah, I do have that as well. It's a matter of they don't give as much as the... It doesn't give as much as the banner, so I don't know if it would math out to enough. We can sit there and try it. Yeah, but I don't have that bow. I know I've got the Elegant Blade, the Imperial War Banner, and the Battle Armor. But that's all the capacity boosts I have. Okay, that dropped her down to 39. That actually is enough to fit another unit in, I think. Yeah. Okay, that puts her up to 6 samurai. That is better. It's still not up to par with the rest of us. And her stats are going to suffer from not having any beneficial items, but... It's not that bad, though. She still gains 6 armor, only loses 1 strength, and gains 1 skill still. That's probably playable? I could afford to swap out the Elegant Blade for something better, though. Yeah. Actually, with the capacity difference, I could theoretically swap out any of these. But the Blade's the worst one of the lot, so I may as well get rid of it. Steel Shatter wouldn't be a bad idea. The Thresher's no longer useful because she's up to 6 units. No guarantee that things will be different enough size for that to have any guarantee of working. That wouldn't be bad. A little more certainty of staying alive when things get in on her, but... Actually, that might be a winner, too. Deal extra damage when on defense, but no. Doesn't make a lot of sense for an archer team, primarily. I could give them the other Heartseeker, but I'm a bit worried about the survivability of that, and of course, they don't have the capacity to fit that anyway. For now, just take a Crusader's Mace and just have the extra strength. I don't think I've seen the always attack first item yet. I don't think that's shown up for me. But I do see how that would work well, because they attack into you and die. So they basically never do any real damage to you. How much strength are you missing? You're just missing 2 strength, okay. Ah. Yeah, I haven't seen the legendary dice again or anything like that. Oh yeah. It's not even a legendary, and I say its name and here it is. I forgot I didn't even look in the damn shop. God damn it, I thought I shopped already. But yeah, that's the dice I was talking about. They're not even legendary, and somehow I just hadn't had them show up. I'm not so sure about this item. The damage reduction against archers and firearms is nice, but losing 60 health, I'm not sure that actually balances out. I'll grab it regardless, since it's legendary. I'm just a little worried that that 60 health is going to make you get punished by other types of units badly enough that that's not as worth it. We did look at these already, I just didn't look at the other... No, we didn't look at these. I am losing my fucking mind. What does Executioner do? Ah. So I could give him back the samurai I took. But I think I'll give him the sorceress at the very least to get her loyalty up. And to see how she performs. Does mean he can't fit the new samurai, but that's okay. I'm still not entirely sure what I want to do with Lysander's team. Because the gunners are all well and good, but I could just replace his whole team with mages. And have him be my mage commander. Since firearms are, like I said, all well and good, but I just don't care about them at all. And he's got massive capacity, so he can fit anything I goddamn want him to. I'm gonna try it. I'm not gonna, like, get rid of the units I'm taking from here or anything, but I am gonna rework him and try that idea. This way, if it backfires horribly, it's not that big a loss. It does mean I'm gonna have to rejig a bunch of teams unless I want to just have him run around with goddamn apprentices. Which, actually, that's a point. That would be a problem. The other option is I flip Sybil's squad from having just the 2 mages. She takes the gunners. Lysander then takes the mages. Yeah, that's the smarter way. I was trying to think if there was a way I could make it work right now rather than having to wait. Because we are getting into steadily more and more dangerous fights here. But he does have just enough to keep his normal front line, mostly. He doesn't quite have enough to keep both of those, and have the sorceress. So that he ends up losing some power here is the problem. Hang on. Let me give somebody else the sorceress and give him one of the upgraded mages, and then he'll have the space. Somebody with excess capacity. Yeah, I can afford to lose my fire mage in exchange for the sorceress off of my team. That'll work out fine. This way he has some actual power in this team, because a pair of apprentices aren't going to do jack shit. And at this stage of the game. I went the long way around like an idiot. Meanwhile, a stun will be halfway useful on my team anyway. I just wish I had more sunstones, and it's the sunstones that made me realize this might be a problem. Because even if I train up the apprentices quickly, I have no sunstones to make them into real mages. And I currently have no way of getting more sunstones. So that idea might just die out in its infancy immediately. Which is a real problem. But either way, we've been going for 6 hours. My brain is kind of melting itself a bit. We've made it another 8 chapters today. We might finish this next time if these chapters go quickly. But I'm definitely going to wrap it up here because I can already feel my ability to process what I'm looking at falling apart. Well, I'm sure you guys have noticed how I keep stumbling across thoughts along the way. I have a thought and it just kind of goes... and just kind of stops working. Oh, actually, hang on. Did I get any... I have an arena token. Do I want to do the arena token before I stop? Because that will help me remember that I have the damn arena token. It's not a terrible idea. It's not that great an idea either, because that arena will not take long. So it would also be a good warm-up to remind me next week. Nah, I won't mess with that. Do I want to send y'all anywhere? I may as well. I just need to pick something. Let me check a couple of the ones I marked down. Because I know I checked these, but I just want to double check what's going on right now. Rather than jumping in blindly. No, none of the ones I marked are doing anything impressive. Let me see if I can find something new. It's hopefully doing something good. I am being picky and I'm gonna regret it. That's nothing new. Meep meep. Meep meep. Hey Shifu. You're catching me right here at the end, but hopefully all's well with you. Just currently scrolling through trying to find somewhere interesting for everybody to go. Ah, okay. Then you probably didn't miss much then. That's good. You know, it would help a lot if half these people in the retro section weren't playing things that absolutely are not retro at all. Goddamn liars. Well, that went nowhere. Okay, we'll go see. I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. Obazi, whatever the hell that's supposed to sound like. I hovered in the background of a couple of theirs, and they seemed okay. We'll give that a go. Give them some help. But other than that, I don't have that much to say aside from thank you for taking the time to stick around for this. I know things got a little hit or miss in places here, or as usual. I still need to figure out what I'm doing tomorrow, so it'll be a surprise for everyone. Same thing will go for Tuesday. I'll figure out something for both of those days. The usual Wednesday, Thursday day off. Friday, I think we'll be finishing Remnant with Xeno and Show. We'll see if they end up needing to reschedule this week or not. Pretty confident the game will be done in that session, though. Other than that, I don't really have anything to add. So I'll get that started going. Does anybody have anything in the last few seconds here? You'll have to be quick because the timer will not stop at this point unless I cancel it, and then I'd have to do it again. Okay. Off y'all go. Have a good one.